got to be stopped.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Bids and Purchases Committee here, Monday, June 30th, at 2025 at 8:30 a.m. Item number 1 was called to order, which I just did. Item number 2 is approval of the minutes from the June 2, 2025 meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 3 is public comments. If anybody has any comments they'd like to talk to us about, you can gladly step up to the podium, give you a couple of minutes. Seeing none, I love this. I see nobody's complaining with our group anyhow. All right, we'll go ahead and go to item number 4, award of contract for Commonwealth Drive Cross Line Replacement Project.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The Bids and Purchases Committee previously approved the establishment of agreements with consultants to perform various types of transportation, engineering, and development services on an on-call basis. This project is to design the replacement of existing dual 48-inch cross lines with the precast concrete box culvert. The scope of services includes field data acquisition, roadway design, hydrological and hydraulic studies, environmental and stormwater permitting, utility coordination, public involvement, and construction bid phase support. Staff have determined that the project will require services from an on-call consultant, HDR Engineering Inc. of the Carolinas, to perform the necessary engineering design work for this project. Therefore, staff recommend contracting with HDR Engineering Inc. of the Carolinas in the amount of $228,115 to perform the work for this project.
Thank you, ma'am. Committee?
I'll move for approval. I have a question.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Howard?
Do we have a slide or anything of this project?
I have a basic map that
That's
kind of
good.
shows the area.
Yeah. And that's where the work is going to be done?
Commonwealth and
Right.
yes.
I know a former council member had complained about drainage in this area, so I know if she were here, she would be happy to see this work being done.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you,
I think we have Mr. Morrison.
Morrison.
Yes, sir.
Little bit more information.
Thank
So this is the actual cross line. When if you're familiar with that road, when you come to the L bend, and we
Yes.
have the path going across there. That's currently like 248s, and we've had a lot of discussion about the Commonwealth drainage issues. We've been having larger discussions with Carolina Park and their master plan. We think this is a great opportunity because we are going to pursue a grant. The town has funding for this, and we also have the potential for private partnership. So it's a very good project, going to address many issues we've already talked about.
Right. And aren't there several neighborhoods that will benefit?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's
I mean, including Carolina Park.
Yeah. 'Cause I met with some of the neighborhood presidents,
Yeah.
plural.
Yes,
So this is great.
it is.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else? Got a motion?
I think we moved to
Motion
be able to
second.
get discussion.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 5, award of agreements for on-call stormwater infrastructure repair and rehabilitation services.
Yes. Staff requested bids from qualified and interested bidders to firms to provide stormwater repair and rehabilitation for the Public Services Department on an on-call basis. The work includes numerous stormwater repair and rehabilitation services, including pipe removal and replacement, pipe lining, pipe televising, cure-in-place pipe rehabilitation, and point repairs. This solicitation also allowed the town to make multiple awards if it was in the town's best interest. Staff received 7 bids for this work, 2 of which were found to be non-responsive. The other 5 bidders were reviewed and were determined to be responsive and responsible bidders. Given the amount of stormwater repair and rehabilitation work forecasted over the next few years, it was determined that multiple awards were appropriate. Staff therefore recommend awarding agreements to the 5 responsive firms: Gulfstream Construction Company, Inc., Groundhog Utilities, LLC, James White Construction, LLC, IPW Construction Group, LLC, and Bionomic Services, Inc., on an on-call basis for stormwater infrastructure repair and rehabilitation.
Mr. Chair, move for approval.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and second. Any discussion?
I was just going to say how I think it's a great idea to have a bunch of different companies on call for these engineering services. Because when you need something fixed, it's always nice to have multiple options to go to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and as chairman of public services, it can get done a lot faster if we already have people on call. So thanks for doing that.
All right, we got a motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 6 is adjourned, so we stand adjourned. Nice to get off to a good start, guys. Let's hope we can do this through the rest of the day.
Good, Gary. How are you? Saw you at church yesterday. Yeah, noon time. Did a great job, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. So it's even nice seeing, usually the noon on Sunday is a little less attended, especially around July 4th, but it was packed. I think there was a, a child getting blessed, afterward. So it was good, man. But yeah, 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 sure, yeah. I never did it, but my older brothers were all altar boys, and 3, and they would, when they were kids, they'd get sick up on the altar. When they were older, they try to take wine from the priest and all that stuff. My guess is you have some stories too. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happened. Yeah.
How you? How's it going? Good.
We'll call to order our Economic Development Committee meeting for Monday, June 30th. Next item is approval of minutes from the May 5th meeting. If we have
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Item 3 is public comments. If we have anybody here to address the committee. Doesn't appear to be anyone. Okay, next item is our discussion of impact fees. I think we wanted to take this a little further. Mr. Acofano had some ideas and wanted to have conversation today.
For sure. And kind of the slides I've put together for y'all are what we have. This first one is our impact fee schedule. Recreation is 0 for commercial, and this sort of shows what fire, municipal, and then transportation, which is typically our biggest ticket item on an impact fee bill. These are just a few examples of pretty common uses. The schedule for the impact fees is like a 2-page long PDF with dozens of different kind of uses. So each one is handled a little bit differently. If an applicant disagrees with what we calculate for an impact fee, they can do an independent study for us to review, and they always have the option to pay and protest, and then do that review and look at it. And based on some conversations, we're going to give some real life examples of what the impact fees look like for typical stores. These are real right here. Home Depot paid about $642,000. Tapio, which is moving from Long Point Road to just a little bit different spot in town, about $188,000. And after talking with Councilman Acofano, a couple of scenarios that are very possible. These kind of show you exactly what they would be dealing with from a new build and also from a change of use. And change of use is, you used to be just a regular office and you're changing to a daycare or a restaurant or any other kind of use that may generate different traffic patterns and increase the impact on the community. And just as a note, in change of use, we don't charge municipal or fire impact fees unless you're adding square footage to the properties. So that's kind of to get us started, and let you guys talk.
I do have a question. Thank you. So when it comes to general office to daycare, when it comes to general office to dentist, and that's probably the things I've heard the most from the public is maybe the lack of daycare in the town of Mount Pleasant. This is coming from the constituents. So what is the real, I guess probably James is here somewhere. There he is. I walked down with him, so I know that. Is it that much more traffic from general office to daycare? I have that question. I also have the question, if you go restaurant to general office to restaurant, do you pay another impact fee? If you go general office to restaurant, are we double dipping? Becomes a question. Like, I'm going to call that double dipping, but does that stay with the property? So if somebody pays an impact fee on restaurant, go to general office, go back up to restaurant. If I apply from general office to restaurant, does that? Or even daycare center for that matter, which would be a great business model. I'd like to have one like that myself, if you could just keep getting more impact fees from one place. But how does that work? And so there's multiple questions.
Yes, sir. So to give a brief overview of the first question, general office to daycare, I mean, obviously there are plenty of scenarios in a change of use situation where trips that are generated increase, and that is one of them. So to be clear on what a trip is generating, so if you drive to the daycare, that is one trip. When you leave the daycare, that is one trip. When you go back to the daycare to pick up your child, that's another trip. And when you leave, so it's really theoretically for one parent drop-off pickup, it's actually 4 trips compared to, say, an employee going to a general office. They go to work and then they leave at the end of the day. So it's generally half the trips for that particular scenario. And then to your second question, as it relates to the land holding some vested use, it is they do not, and past what was previously there, and that's the way that the ordinance is written. And so yes, if you say had a restaurant and then went to a general office or a reduction in use, you wouldn't pay any impact fees, and then several years later it goes back to a restaurant. That previous restaurant credit doesn't carry back through. It's the previous use, which was general office, so you would incur a transportation impact fee.
Thank you. And then I guess my next question becomes, and this would be for David, would be, can you specifically, thank you, James, can you specifically target businesses that are short in the town of Mount Pleasant, businesses we need? I mean, can you, now, if you go back to Home Depot, if you go back to that side, yeah, like they provide a lot in sales taxes, which they could argue that's why their impact fee, but their impact fees, and that's considerably not as big of an impact, I don't think, to Home Depot as it is to Tapio Dance, and Tapio Dance is only a third of their impact fee, somewhere around there, so a quarter. What does that look like if you want to attack certain areas of town where our business study has been indicated need to be redeveloped, and if you want to attack certain businesses, and maybe attack's not the right word, but it's the word I use.
No, yes, sir. I understand what you're getting at.
Incentivize, I like it. Yeah,
Right,
I like
right.
to get after it, but yes.
Attack is certainly not the
No, that's
term.
not a good word, but
Uh,
my word.
So, well, let me start at the top and funnel down. What we and every municipality needs to be concerned about is constitutional equal protection. So we can't pick and choose specific businesses. However, what we can, and again, using a charged term, discriminate based on is use and impact. And of course, if we can study those impacts, and there is proof that certain areas of town impact or are more impacted, I believe we can implement by area if that's the specific question you're asking. And we would have to designate those zones, and we would have to support that. That is not an easy thing to do, I don't believe, but that would be, in my opinion, something that we could accomplish.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let me start. I just kind of have some overall pros and cons for impact fees. One is that, obviously the whole argument is that growth pays for growth, right? That if we would have had impact fees all along, we'd probably have even lower taxes than we already have, because for many years, existing residents had to pay for the cost of new infrastructure that impact fees help to take care of. The con is that I think as you got, the point you got to, Mr. Acapano, is that I definitely feel like it has a much larger impact on a small local business. And I think this screen is a very good example of that. And I think it also disproportionately it disproportionately affects certain areas of services that we need, and specifically, as you were alluding to, I mean, I think one of the biggest complaints I get as far as things that need to be in town is there's not enough daycare, and then also just any kid related business, whether it be a bowling alley. Like, I'd like to see what a bowling alley would cost in impact fees. I don't think it's cheap. And so there's a huge barrier to entry there. I think if you had like a similar, like a Sky Zone, well, somebody was trying to develop that on the northern end of town, a similar one to that, I think the impact fees would be very prohibitive to doing that. So what I would like to do, and another example is, and actually I got a phone call a couple months ago when we were first talking about this from the principal of Crown Academy. It's like a small private school, and they were looking to move to another building, and they had to pay like a change. They would have had to pay, over a six-figure change in use from an office to a school. And part of the drawback of impact fees is this transportation impact fee is all based on trips generated, right? Well, it kind of ignores the fact that, for the private school example, every kid, yes, there's some kids that homeschool, but for the most part, every kid's going to go to school. So if there's more schools, you're probably going to take it's probably going to take kids from this school or that school. So are you really generating more trips, or are the trips just actually being more spread out, which might actually be a good thing? So that's kind of one of the areas I have trouble with impact fees. So I would be in favor of, and again, I don't know the legalities, but like even just tackling like daycare, or say daycare / private schools, saying, can you just have a reduced impact fee cost for just those two businesses, or what have you? So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Well, your turn.
I'm just wondering if there's another way that we could incentivize these types of businesses other than impact fees. And then I guess I do have an issue with the double dipping, like you say. If this facility has already paid in, then infrastructure should have been taken care of to account for that. So I don't know what other incentives we could give to businesses that we'd like to draw to the area, other than addressing it through impact fees. I don't know if there's any other idea for that.
Well, just as a reminder, we do have sort of the economic development incentives that
Mhm.
are already out there that are essentially rebates after someone pays it.
Right.
It comes out of our economic development fund, and it would sort of be up to y'all if that would be something you would want to look at for specific other businesses.
Is that for a certain size or certain business right now? What is
Yeah.
that?
So it's for
Yeah, that's the
our-
Charleston County one. That's right.
So for us, our economic development strategy is what kind of spells it out. So it's basically life science, tech, or AEC, white collar innovation type businesses. So they have to apply to y'all, and then it's up to you if you want to reduce impact fees, reduce business license fees, reduce their building permit fees, and things like that. So it's in the ordinance baked into it that you see these as our target clusters. So David's probably like back there worried that I'm getting way out of my depth on the legal part of it, but
He would have stood up.
but I mean, I think it's up to y'all to define what would serve a public purpose, if to incentivize it.
Mr.
Yes,
Ram.
I guess my issue with the incentives that we do have is they are really more for larger businesses, and they're more for like tech or like businesses that draw in high paying jobs or what have you. But I actually feel like what we're lacking is the actual services that people need, which is why I talked about daycare or a bowling alley or whatever. Like actual services, I think are far more lacking, and that's what's not touched. They're not in the right sector, nor would most of those be big enough to deal with that. So
My interest in probably in a form of a motion, so I'll see if I can summarize this motion a little better. But I think what I'm hearing here, and you guys can help as well, right? I think we want to open it up for staff, especially you, Matt. You're very intelligent, and you know what's going on out there, right? We're not the only place that has. Are we the only place that has impact fees? I think so, right? In the Low Country, pretty close.
In Charleston County, yes.
Charleston County, we're the only ones with impact fees, right? It used to be come on over. Now we question whether or not we are incentivizing small businesses to be here, which can help. If you live here and can open a small business here, will help with traffic, right? So my motion comes in the form of allowing staff to, or asking staff to go out and give us back information to encourage small businesses, the areas of revitalization that are on our map. Look at empty storefronts, right, that aren't pulling taxes, and the services that are needed for the citizens of Mount Pleasant, and compare that to other municipalities and see what we can do to incentivize them. Does that sum it up? Did I miss anything, Jake?
that is so broad.
That's so broad. Well,
I mean, I don't know that that's a motion.
how about Matt go have a little fun and come back and tell us what's going on? I mean,
Right.
you got to let staff come back with great information, right?
Right. I mean, since this item is for discussion, I guess
I
it's
would,
fine for us to kind of give staff some direction on what. to look
I would
into
actually, if entertain a motion to go into executive session. If y'all are, I would be very interested to hear a quick summary in executive session of some of the areas that we're really opening ourselves up to, if depending on the
Make a
action that
motion.
we take.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We'll go into executive session. Okay, we're back from executive session. No votes were taken. I'm not sure if any.
I would like
council members
to,
have-
like to make a motion to match the People First campaign that is currently with the Metro Chamber of Commerce.
to match or look into.
Is that
I'm sorry. Not match, I apologize. A motion to follow the incentives for staff to look into and follow the incentives of the People First campaign.
Yeah, for staff.
Yeah, so they'll look in. So
Yeah.
so they'll look into that and
Bring it
see
back.
what incentives can be added to ours
Correct.
and bring it back to us next month.
Correct.
Just
Sounds good.
clarifying. Second.
Yes.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, is there any other no? Okay. We'll adjourn. Our
Thank you.
last item.
Yeah, good job. Who's up now?
Good morning. How are you? Good, how are you?
Hey, did you go to Severe
Have a nice weekend.
when you see Bowman?
No, we'll know for the next weekend.
That made it real.
you ready, Lynette?
We can wait a couple minutes.
We're waiting on the administrator, so. All right. We're going to go ahead with the meeting. Good morning, everyone. My name is Howard Chapman. I will be chairing this meeting this morning. Thank you all for being here. And with that, I'll call the meeting to order. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next item is public comments. We have an item on the agenda, public comments. Anyone who would like to speak, please come up to the podium, give us your name and address, and you have 2.5 minutes to speak.
Mr. Chapman, do you want to approve the minutes before we do public comment?
Say again.
Do you want to approve the minutes?
We just did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Go ahead, sir.
Hey, I'm happy to be here. Thanks, y'all. I live at 1319 Lake Mallard Boulevard. I'm here because I love Mount Pleasant. And I've lived in town for 45 years. I've raised 3 children here. In addition to being 45 years resident in Mount Pleasant, as you see here, I published Mount Pleasant magazine. Hope you've all read it. And FYI, I wanted to be here. If somebody would have asked me to be here, I wouldn't have come. Mount Pleasant magazine is here to lift the town up. That's what we do. If y'all read it, you see it's always positive stories about what goes on in the town and why we're special. Because I do believe this town is special, very much so. And we're trying to, Mount Pleasant magazine is here to lift the town up, love on it. Over the years, I've met a lot of landowners and developers who are trying to cash in on Mount Pleasant zip codes and demographics. I got to tell you, East Cooper magazine, I published before I did Mount Pleasant magazine because I've been publishing like 40 years here. And I can read articles in that magazine that you'd think they were written today about the growth and things like that because the message is still the same. I feel strongly that Mount Pleasant has had a healthy growth because of y'all's time that you've given in the city council and Eric DeMora. And that's been good. In most cases, when you know the facts and we really get together and really discuss things, the love for our town will help us get through those things, even when they're tough conversations. After meeting with the principals at Continental Realty, my opinion that they take, they want to do the best they can for the town. And what's unusual about them, sometimes you can do the best that you can for where you're at and still make money, and that's okay, okay? But you got to have a balance of both. You can't be just here to rape the town, and you can't be just here to do good. You got to have a combination, and I truly feel, y'all, that's what they do. The owner, they own almost 53 acres, and that's why I'm here, because I love the town that I serve, and not like you guys, but I do serve it. but that's a lot of acreage. So as a town, we need to figure out the best way to develop that town and do the best things to it. And time's up. Okay, thank you guys. I hope you get my message.
Thank you for coming. Anyone else? Come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Alan McMahon, I'm with the Beach Company, 320 Broad Street, Charleston, South Carolina, 29401. We're serving as consultants to the ownership of Mount Pleasant Town Center Continental Realty, and I want to speak about the PD amendment. I'd like to highlight a few key aspects of the plan, both for your consideration and for the general public. This plan is a result of numerous public meetings, as well as coordination with agencies such as Mount Pleasant Waterworks. It doesn't require any new infrastructure. No new roads would need to be built. No grand trees would be affected, and there's actually a reduction in stormwater impacts because the amount of impervious paved surfaces will be reduced. The school impacts from this plan, based on CCSD's estimate, are less than 4 students per class over 12 grades. Keep in mind also that this plan would result in additional tax revenue of about $3 million to the school district, and importantly would guarantee attainable housing for professionals such as school teachers. Mount Pleasant Town Center is already entitled to 8 units an acre. Ownership is not asking for any more than that. This proposal only guarantees that 25% of those will be attainable for folks like nurses, teachers, as I mentioned, police officers, or firemen. Continental is promising at least 60,000 square feet of family entertainment space and expanded park space, while also granting the town enjoyment of that park for 10 days a year at no cost. This plan allows growth to be located in an area with existing car stops, a beach shuttle, and pedestrian connectivity. It reduces sprawl and helps preserve rural areas by focusing growth to an already built environment. Continental is not asking for any public funding or subsidies. On the contrary, they would be paying close to $10 million in taxes and fees under this proposal. I'll conclude by saying that we live in a very desirable area for folks to live and work, raise families, and retire. Growth is going to happen, but what we don't want to see is growth that results in sprawl and auto-centric development where folks have to drive to places to work and eat and shop. Traffic engineers will tell you that what impacts traffic the most is distance traveled, more so than frequency of trips. So why not take advantage of this opportunity to create more walkable and sustainable centers where people can live near work and don't have to get in their cars to shop or dine. I'll conclude by respectfully asking for your support this morning. Thank you.
Next.
Good morning. George Freeman, 1450 Bowman Road. I'm not here to complain about anything. I'm not here to support or disagree with the project. I'm basically here to talk about, I think it's C, the rezoning to area-wide business on Highway 17. I served on the Highway 17 Corridor Task Force. I believe that's when we came up with the proposal to allow commercial in this area. We had some set rules as far as the rezoning, so that even though it's going to be area-wide business, there's still restrictions on it. And in some cases, it still has to come back for the community approval before it is allowed in there. So I'm just here to remind you, and if staff hasn't, that there are those conditions with area-wide business in this area. Thank you. Oh, before I leave, I do have one suggestion. With the Mount Pleasant Way, where you're using Greenbelt money to purchase property along there for the Mount Pleasant Way, my suggestion would be that I found out that some people are getting ready to try to sell some property in the 2 Mile community. That Greenbelt money would be better served to purchase that property and preserve that property from becoming developed in the 2 Mile community than to spend it on the Mount Pleasant Way. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard? Come on up.
Hi, Pam Ireland, 820 Fiddler's Point Lane. This is about the town center property. I just have a suggestion about the residential units. So everyone keeps saying that they're entitled to 420 residential units, but half of those, 210, would have to be attainable housing, not market rate. And we all know that a 50% attainable versus market is not sustainable for developers. They don't want to do that. So I suggest that we allow them to keep their 4 units per acre for their market rate, which they already have the right to do, and then request that they do 1 or 2 attainable after that. I don't think, because residents are up in arms about the number of residential units that could go in here, I think raising the number of market rate units would be horrible. So if they were to do 3 market rate units and 1 attainable, which would be a total of just 212 units, that would still be a 25% attainable rate ratio, which is equivalent to what they're suggesting with 6 and 2. Or if they did 4 market rental rates units and 1 affordable for a total of 265 units, that would be a 20% attainable, which is still giving the town something significant, but it's not the 420 or whatever, 421 units that they say that they have the right to build. Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kathleen Herman. I reside at 1524 Cypress Point Drive, Mount Pleasant, 29466. Good morning. I have been the marketing director for Mount Pleasant Town Center and a resident of Mount Pleasant for over 9 years now. And in those 9 years, I've watched Town Center grow to really be the heart of the community. And yes, I'll take the credit for it. We host over 40 events every year. And in 2024 alone, these events generated close to $30,000 for local charitable organizations, the money that we've raised from our events. We also host a free kids club once a month, so our local moms have a safe place to bring their children to play for free. In 2018, our previous owners built our park area. We call it the Oaks, and in just 7 short years, we've completely outgrown that green space and still have to utilize parts of the parking lot now for our events. We need a bigger green space, and these development plans that you're reviewing now include a 27,000 square foot park, and I can only imagine what we can do for our local families with a space of that size. I also want to encourage everyone here today to visit websites for Avalon, Summit at Fritz Farm, and Fenton. All 3 of these are very successful mixed-use developments that are so vibrant from morning and through the evening. They are able to attract high-quality retail, restaurants, and entertainment due to the fact that they have a built-in population of office workers and residents. And I'm going to quote from one of Town Center's tenants. I think having this plan on the radar is crucial for Town Center to continue to be a destination shopping center. As I travel to other cities, I visit outdoor shopping malls, and they are thriving at all hours of the day, every day of the week. If or when any of our additional major anchors close, as we all know, you cannot just backfill a movie theater or a department store. And what I, as a resident, and this is personally of this town, do not want to see is the heart of the community, the center of Mount Pleasant, to become a vacant wasteland because there was no approved plan for the future. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maris Knight Richardson, 2755 Earl Johnson Lane, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I'm going to read this statement I saw. Mount Pleasant, South Carolina has a tree canopy percentage of 27% as of 2019, according to a report. This is below 40% coverage typically seen in most urban areas. The town lost a significant amount of trees, over 700 acres, between 2001 and 2016. I would like to see the report from 2016 to 2025. I would like for the town to put on a study to see what more we have lost. I'm talking about the Hamlin Beach community as well. The town of Mount Pleasant has already annexed at least 12 acres between Boston Grove Road and the Hamlin Plantation subdivision. It's heavily wooded. We had one that came in 2023 that was trying to change it into a PD from an S3. I'm asking that you protect our areas, protect our trees. I'm also talking about the 10 Mile community, the property that's on Thomas Goodwater Lane. It's changing from, if it becomes a CC under the town of Mount Pleasant, it changes it from a rural residential, which will allow more housing in that area. That area and all of our areas are in trouble as we speak with anything that we're adding, because we're adding to traffic and we are not doing anything about the impact with traffic coming through our areas. The more we add and the less we focus on infrastructure, we're going to be devastated. We're already at a point that we can't handle this with infrastructure. What are we going to do about infrastructure before we allow anything else to come in? It cannot be just about money or how much money it's going to generate. What about our quality of life? Think about the quality of life for the residents that are here. We need protection, we need understanding, and we need to slow down before we allow anything else to disrupt and destroy this community. We love being in Mount Pleasant. It used to be quiet, easy to get in and get out. It's not that way anymore. Our trees, our wildlife habitat needs protection. Protect us, serve us, protect this community. Thank you.
Good morning, Sean Barnes, 1418 Barber Street. Like what she said, I truly believe in it. You know, you've seen me up here for months talking about heights and overbuilding and so forth and so on, but really, I kind of missed the point of what's going on is we're using this engineered fill, and we call it pervious. And it's when it's close to your house, I'd say pretty really close where I'm at, you can see it, the way they build these structures that are raised concrete structures, which are non-pervious under that. But fill within itself, right? That engineered fill, after a couple of rains, it basically turns into concrete. If you look at, I mean, I understand we're using it as pervious around the edges, but it's not. And so what's going on in all these houses, I'm getting a lot of private messages from these people. They're getting runoff into their yard. And there's many, many lawsuits that have been taken by people because of this. We had the Thomas and Hutton study 6 years ago because of the same thing in these areas. But yet, we're still building like there's nothing going on. We get mad because the new administration, whoever they are, right, are refusing to put these systems in. Well, whose fault is it? Is it theirs or is it ours? Is it this building that we're doing, that we continue to do? Now I find out this builder is able to tie into a drain that's going to be built, right, or be put down the center of Barber Street because of runoff. So now he can put his stuff in there, even though it worked under the plans, right? So my question would be, do all of us get to do that or just a few? Okay? Again, I understand we're going to have growth, but we need to have responsible growth. And what we have now is not. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning. My name's Andy Lowe. I live at 2795 Water Point Circle in Mount Pleasant. I'm the general manager of Mount Pleasant Town Center. I've been a commercial property manager for the last 36 years, and I've been a resident of Mount Pleasant for the last 22 years. I feel blessed and fortunate to be able to work in the community that I live. The last 16 years have been a part of some really great changes at Town Center. We've transformed the tenant mix tremendously, expanded tenant spaces where possible, added some really good restaurants. We've added a hotel, a parking deck, and 2 parks. We're continuously upgrading our common areas, and we host numerous events each year for the community. Of all the improvements I've seen in the years, the biggest and best improvement to the shopping center was when Continental Realty purchased the shopping center. These guys get it. They're a top-notch company that truly cares about their properties, their tenants, and the communities these properties are part of. They know that they need to stay ahead of the game in order to ensure that this property not only stays relevant and successful, but beneficial to our community. Quick story about Continental. A couple of years ago, they purchased Sweetgrass Corner Shopping Center, which is right next door to Mount Pleasant Town Center. It's an underperforming shopping center with a 60,000 square foot vacant grocery store space and minimal foot traffic. That shopping center now has a very successful Trader Joe's, the new coffee shop. We'll soon see Golf Galaxy and HomeSense opening and zero vacancy. This is a fantastic improvement to that property and for the community. It's a small but telling example of how Continental operates. I think it's important to know that Continental Realty is not a development company, and we do not want to find ourselves in a development situation if we can avoid it. We do recognize, though, that we need to be prepared in the event Mount Pleasant Town Center loses a large anchor tenant and we're unable to release that space for any reason. People are talking about potential loss of key anchor tenants at Mount Pleasant right now. We do not want to lose any of those tenants, and we have no reason to believe that they're leaving anytime soon. If we do experience vacancy in either of those spaces at some point, we need to be prepared to backfill those spaces with the best possible use. Our community does not want to find ourselves in a situation where there's a substantial amount of vacancy at Mount Pleasant Town Center. Thank you for your consideration and support.
Would anyone else like to be heard?
Good morning. My name is Morgan Benevegna. Address is 320 Broad Street, Suite 600, Charleston, South Carolina. David Donato, unfortunately, was not able to come today. He had some travel issues last night, but he is tuned in from the live stream. So he asked me to share this letter on his behalf. There is a real need for this proposed amendment. We are being proactive regarding the 2 anchor boxes should we get one or both of them back one day. Large format tenants who are willing to accept very little frontage are hard to come by, and we could find ourselves with long-standing vacancy if we do not have the ability to redevelop these boxes. I want to be careful to not be an alarmist. While both tenants filed reorganizational bankruptcy in the recent years, we know of no plans for them to cease operating anytime soon. We will be glad, one day we will be glad that we have this amendment in place if that day were to ever come. This plan is also necessary for the sake of bringing the town what so many have asked for: housing for teachers, service industry workers, and more. Office space to allow business owners who live in Mount Pleasant to relocate their offices out of downtown and to eliminate the commute across the Ravenel Bridge. A robust offering of family entertainment uses. And more quality restaurants on this side of the bridge. Sabi just recently began lunch, and we are cautiously optimistic that this will pan out well for them. At the same time, we lost TGI Fridays and could not find a credible restaurant replacement. That tenant will be replaced by a non-restaurant tenant. And yes, although that it'll be a positive tenant type for the town, I know many would be disappointed that we were not able to find a restaurant replacement. Hopefully having more residents and office workers on site will lead to better ecosystem for restaurants with 2 or potentially 3 profitable meal services per day. As I hope you will see, we listened to your input, the input of the rest of council, and the public commentary. We have toned down heights to 55 feet. We are committing to family entertainment. We reduced the total capacity ask. We are committing to 25% of attainable housing privately. And we are even formalizing our incubator program to give local businesses a short-term lease to try out brick and mortar location. The expansive green space, like Kathy had noted, in our plan would be unrivaled in any community lifestyle center that I have seen in my career. And we propose sharing programming that major park with the town. We hope you agree with this submittal, and it feels like a win-win to all of us. As I mentioned to the Planning Commission, I recognize. Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to be heard before we close public comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 4, which is Town Center Plan Development. Ms. Reed, could you give us a presentation, please?
Mr. Stone is going to be presenting this.
Thanks, Michelle. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Planning Committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. So it has been roughly just over a year since Town Center introduced their proposal to expand their master plan. And since that time, they have come back with a revised plan. And prior to getting into the site-specific details of that proposal, I want to take a second to give a quick refresher and a recap. And I think it'd be important to talk about the previously antecedent PD amendment in 2013 because it's largely a microcosm of what is currently happening on a larger scale. This PD amendment allowed for a diversification of uses within town center, allowing the hotel and the parking garage. You can see here on this 2-acre portion, that is where, fronting Hungry Neck, where that hotel and parking garage was allowed. And it's interesting because the hotel and the parking garage, 89%, it was previously 100%. So with this hotel, 11%, 89%, these are current day usage summaries, so it's still applicable. And since that time, you fast forward a decade, we received the 24 master plan with this multiplied and deployed on a larger scale site-wide, not just that 2-acre site, but the entire site of adding office, hotel, retail, and multifamily. So they have since been back to the drawing board. They've come back with a revised submittal, and this is the current request for master plan. And you can see the proposed uses. And I will say, with 52 acres and a development of this scope and scale, it's very difficult in this forum to show you a side-by-side master plan and want to get you to be able to compare and contrast it. So the only thought I had was to distill it down to sheer metrics and show what are the metrics that are changing within this plan. So we have the 2024 submittal and the 2025 submittal in gray. You can see that across the board, there is a quantitative reduction in scale. This is a scaled back plan as far as square footage and rooms and units. So that being said, it is a quantitative scaling back of the plan, but I think the question that needs to be asked is, and the distinction needs to be made is this qualitatively consistent with the town's comprehensive plan and council's desires? And that's not unique to this application. That is any application or request we receive. That is the charge of commission, committee, and council to look at the comprehensive plan and qualitatively whether it meets the intent of that. So I want to use these significant changes to guide that conversation and understand what qualitatively has changed. So we'll talk about height, density, green space, and the allocation of the family entertainment use. So starting off with height, just to establish that baseline understanding, current day requirements, town center has 35 feet max height requirement, with the exception of the 65-foot hotel and the 42-foot parking garage that we just talked about. If you recall, in 24, we received the request for 75 feet site-wide. They are now proposing 55 feet within these 4 areas. And this was a point that needed some clarity at Planning Commission. There was some inconsistency between the language in the ordinance and the actual exhibit, but it has been made clear now that they are requesting for 55 feet maximum height within just these 4 areas. The remainder of the development will stay as is. So the center portion will be at 35, and your hotel and parking garage will remain the same as well. And you can see here, they will be using the step back method along Hungry Neck Boulevard. I want to go into density, and with the aggregation of Sweetgrass Nook and Sweetgrass Corner, we're looking at a total of 52 acres, which density will be calculated off of. And I wanted to provide the 3 most prominent equations that have been used in association with this development plan. In 24, you'll recall they requested the 12 units an acre. The town standard is the 4-4 split, so 4 market rate with the additional 4 if you dedicate those toward attainable housing. Their current proposal is 6-2 split, 6 market rate units with 2. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I just had a quick
Mr.
question.
Rambo.
quick question on that, Peter. So I understand the town standard for business properties is the 4 and 4, which was changed several years ago. However, with this being a PD, does the PD reference whatever the current town standard is, or is the PD currently at 0 residential because it is not a listed use in the PD?
The PD specifically cites AB uses and development standards, so it
Current,
falls.
not as of the time of the PD.
Correct. Not at the time of the PD. It is a sliding scale. It tracks with, as the town amends it, it also amends it
So
within.
just to be clear, they currently, by right, have the 4 units, an acre plus 4 additional, plus a bonus 4 if it's attainable.
That is the standard that will be applied to them. I think there is a development standard issue where, there are other constrictions, height, and parking that they would also have to meet that would probably be a constraint. But
okay,
yes,
understood.
correct.
So yes, in theory they do, but in practicality they probably could not.
Functionally, you're correct. Yeah. So that's the current breakdown. You can see here in the table the breakdown of each equation. Whether you go the 4-4 split or the 6-2, it does net 420 units. Did want to talk about green space, and after presenting this to Planning Commission, I realized it's very easy for staff to throw out square footage numbers, and really when we don't provide a frame of reference, it's really, I don't know that the idea is really communicated well. So phase 1 has 7,000 square feet of park, phase 2 has 20,000 square feet of park. Those will be required as those come online. I think the thought was, most people are probably pretty familiar with and are able to relate to a regulation-sized basketball court. So I graphically scaled this and imposed it on the exhibit, and you can kind of see what a 5,000 square foot basketball court would look like within that 7,000 square foot green space, just to kind of give you some kind of human scale and reference. But I do want to be clear, there is no proposal for a basketball court within this green space. I felt like I need to share that. This will be green space. This is just for illustrative exhibit. So finally, we're going to talk about the family entertainment use. So right now, Palmetto Grand, the 60,000 square foot structure that houses that, meets that requirement. The clause that follows that is if Regal closes, that will have to be replaced with qualifying uses that fall under these family entertainment section that they've created. So there is no requirement that one of these uses take down 60,000 square feet. It could be 10 6,000 square foot units made up of 10 different uses that you see here. And this is also capable of evolving the way they've written it. You can also imagine that other family entertainment uses could pop up that would be applicable. And as you know, this is an impact assessment, so we wanted to provide the proof of coordination and the impact fees. Wanted to let you know that we also have the reference exhibits within this presentation, so if you would like to reference those, we have those available. We can look at them. Our transportation division is here and would be glad to speak to that. But the important thing to note is that this impact assessment and traffic study is all based on this development table and the proposed additional entitlements. So we have the existing numbers. We know those. This is what they're proposing. And based on that net increase, the traffic study was performed and carried out. So 3 action items. These are the 3 component parts to this request: the PD amendment, conceptual plan, and the impact assessment. Within that, Planning Commission did recommend approval with the following conditions: that height be limited to 55 feet max as designated on the height map, 60,000 square feet of family entertainment uses, the 6-2 density split, the 14% open space was also a condition, and the short-term incubator, if that is utilized, that will be a minimum, make up a minimum of 2 of those units. So those are the same 3 action items that are now posed to you, but we would certainly like to make sure that you have all the information and answer any questions that you have. The applicant is here if you have any questions for them. And as I mentioned, transportation's here, and Michelle and I are here for any questions you have on planning. So, thanks.
Thank you very much, Peter. First of all, for those people who might have read in the newspaper that the town of Mount Pleasant was shutting down Belk's and or the Regal Theater, we're not in any shape or form. Second, they're not closing today, and probably not tomorrow or the next day or the next day. The owner of the shopping center is simply trying to recognize the fact that both of those entities are in receivership of some way, shape, or form, and to plan ahead so that we don't have another empty building like they have with the previous owner on site. So I want to make that perfectly clear for the media because that made a big difference in the number of complaints we received. Second, this committee looked at the earlier plans and rejected them completely and came up with a set of suggestions on what we felt was needed to meet the future for the town. As an example, if in fact the theater closed, we wanted something for families, for the children in the area. So this is not like presented a half a year ago. It's significantly different. And finally, I want to commend the Planning Commission for going into great detail with the plan and what was presented to us in the past. With that, would anyone on the committee like to make any statements? Mr. Rambo.
Mr. Stone, a couple questions. Can you please go back to the slide that compared like the 2024 and 2025 submittals, please? Is there, so I guess, so this is comparing the previous submittal in 2024 versus their submittal now. Obviously, it's not comparing what they're actually currently allowed or currently have.
Correct.
Okay. So, I don't know, somewhat misleading in a way because, yes, it's a large reduction from what they had their previous submittal, but it's a vast increase in what's currently there. So anyway, just wanted to make that point. I just want to go on record to say that I will vote against this eventually when that time comes. There are things like the required family entertainment that I think are good things. However, I think that our residents have been very clear over the past 3 to 4 election cycles, and it's one thing that I ran on, is that we don't want a ton of increased residential density in this town. One thing that I've been preaching for the 6 years that I've been here, that I've been elected, is that we have over the years taken way too much of our commercial business land and allowed residential to creep into that. And to me, this is just more of the same. And I think that our citizens do not want this. Both times that I ran said that this is not what I was going to vote for, and so I'm not going to vote for it. With that said, I've had a couple of requests from council members. I know Ms. Whitley, the chair of this committee, is not here as well. She's out of town for the 4th. I do plan on voting against this when the time comes, but I have been asked by several to just make a motion to defer because some people would like more time with this. And so I will respect that, and I will make a motion to defer this for 1 month. I don't know if I have a second.
Ms. Hyatt?
Okay.
I'll go ahead and second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion to defer and seconded. Is there any comments? Ms. Hyatt?
I did want to ask a few questions, I guess. Some public statements have been made, like this plan's not going to go into effect and it's going to be triggered by Belk and the theater closing, which isn't accurate. I mean, they're going to be able to move forward with everything except those spaces. There's a whole lot of plan all over the property that doesn't include those 2 buildings. So everybody should know all this residential, not all of it, but some of it will get started. I guess we haven't had a whole lot of conversation about the hotel today. I'm curious, do we know how many rooms are in the Hyatt compared to what they would like to add to the property?
92.
How many do they have?
92.
92. And then they're proposing how many more?
Additional 188.
188. So that's like 2 more Hyatt hotels, practically. Okay, as far as impact to the property. Also, the other thing that's misleading is when everybody says they're entitled to build 8 units an acre. I mean, they're entitled to build that many if half of them are attainably priced. So really, they're only entitled to do 4 at market, and they're asking for 6 at market. So those are things that I think the public needs to be made aware of and not misled about. Also, when it comes to the 60,000 square feet of family use, are they counting the green space outdoors, or it's going to be square footage of the building?
Square footage of leasable space.
I didn't want anything outdoors to be counted towards that 60,000. And the Sweetgrass Shopping Center that's neighboring, that is part of this PD already, right? That's not what we're going to be voting to add. It's already included.
The Sweetgrass Corner is a part. The Sweetgrass Nook is not. So there you go. You can see here, this is a part of the Wilson Tract PD. The Sweetgrass Nook is just zoned AB. It is not a part of the PD.
Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to make sure that those points were made.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've already commented some on this, but as we've seen, the Planning Commission spent a lot of time on this and recognized what we had told the developer in the past. We didn't get everything we asked for, but we got a lot. We got the type of height, we got the step back, we got the change for the theater, and I think we got a reduction in housing. It might not be exactly what we need, but because this is already a substantial amount of coverage without cutting down trees, it's in the center of town, and it is going to have attainable housing, which we need terribly for our families of the teachers, the public service workers, as well as nurses and other residents who can't afford to live in town. So therefore, you're seeing them every morning cluttering up our streets with heavy traffic. You're seeing them every afternoon going home on James Island, in North Charleston, in Goose Creek, in Hanahan, and other places. We need a place where our teachers, our nurses, our public service workers, etc., to live in Mount Pleasant. Having said that, I'm going to be voting against the motion because as the Planning Commission voted 8-1 to recognize approval with some suggested revisions, we've got to do something to answer the questions that have been submitted by this business. And we've had it debated for over a year. We need to make some decisions. And I'll call for the question. All those in favor of the question signify by saying aye.
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 I'm not voting aye. All those in favor of the question signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It will be, I would like to send it to council. Will this go to council automatically or not?
No, sir. It'll be back at committee next month.
Okay. Back to the committee in a month. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 1724 Lacannon Lane. It's a request to annex and zone area-wide business in one district at 50.50 acre parcel located at 1724 Lacannon Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Peter.
This is a half-acre parcel located within the Hungry Neck Vinning corner here. It is located mid-block on Lacannon Lane. This is currently within the county. It is zoned residential. And I do need to let you know that this request is coming to us more as a corrective measure. This application came along with correspondence from the county that this site is currently undergoing some code enforcement issues. This is a residentially zoned property within the county, and there is a commercial business that is operating on it. And the fortunate situation is that there is a clearer path toward compliance within the town than the county. We recognize that this is a community scale commercial area, and there is a method to permit the activity that's going on with AB zoning. And if this was annexed and zoned, we would set up an action plan to bring this into compliance. The applicant was at Planning Commission and did agree to comply with all staff comments and is going to work with us on that. So just want to make you aware, this is a request to annex and zone AB.
What is the business?
Mr. Rambo.
What is the business?
I believe it's
Or even
concrete.
just the type of business?
Yeah, there is some outdoor storage of boats. They have some trucks and some construction equipment on site. Those can all be housed within structures, making it compliant.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, because you can't have outdoor storage
Correct.
in AB. That would be AB 2.
2, correct.
Yeah, okay.
I have a question. Is this not right behind Askew's Body Shop?
That's correct.
So there already is some storage right next to it. Also, what was the issue with the county that we're supposedly resolving?
So there was an unpermitted warehouse structure that was erected, and the commercial business operating on a residential zoning, outdoor storage. Within the county, this is residential, and the future land use is for it to remain residential. So there's not a clear path for it to be compliant within the county without clearing off the site and putting a house on it. So the town does offer a clearer path toward compliance with our future land use, recommending commercial uses, which AB would be compliant and recommended.
Mr. Rambo.
So they built the structure without permits.
Correct.
How does that work once they come into the town? So the building hasn't been inspected. I mean, one of the purposes of building inspections would be to make sure it's properly built, so
Sure.
it's not in a storm going to blow into the neighbors next door or whatever. So how do we deal with that? I don't.
Sure. So our building inspections department would have to reverse engineer the process. This applicant would have to hire a structural forensic engineer and would have to verify what is built does meet code. If it does not, it would have to be restructured or torn down. So it would be verified that it does meet code.
Okay. Would they be subject to impact fees or anything like that? I mean, I know it's an existing structure and they're typically not, but since it's an unpermitted existing structure.
When it's brought into compliance, and that would be a part of the checklist process, that, you know, I don't know the exact makeup of the uses on this property. You've got some boat outdoor storage, you've got some construction materials. Once that use is solidified, then impact fees would be levied.
Okay. And what about buffer area? Do they currently have a buffer area between this and the residential, particularly in the back? And if not, I guess that would have to be brought into compliance as well.
Correct. So buffers are based on usage, and so you do have next to it another commercial use. Over here you do have CC, so that'd be a 25-foot buffer coming off of this property line.
I guess I'm assuming behind it's residential, but I don't know that for a fact. It just says county, so.
That does appear to be.
I think that is commercial.
Yeah.
Yes, that's commercial as well.
Yeah, that's like a shop. Okay. All right. I'll make a motion to approve the annexation and the area-wide business zoning.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the request to annex and rezone AB area-wide business, which we would then send to council. So I presume your recommendation is to send it to council. So is there any other discussion regarding 1724 Lacannon Lane? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor of the question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next item is Highway 17 North rezoning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a 0.66 acre tract that is vacant between Hamlin Road and Porsche's Bluff. It is currently zoned CC, Community Conservation, and they are requesting AB zoning. But what's more important than the request for AB is that it is within the Sweetgrass Basket Overlay District, and there is no request or desire to be removed from the Sweetgrass Basket Overlay District. They would like to remain in it, which has additional development controls, such as buffers, rural vernacular, a limited square footage on building size. So the other thing to note is that within the Sweetgrass Basket Overlay District, there is this 400-foot commercial area projecting off of Highway 17 right-of-way. So it's expected that within this area, even within the county, we mimic each other on this, that there would be 400 feet of commercial area fronting on Highway 17. So that is the request before you, and though the future land use is settlement community, based on the surrounding zonings, this would be an appropriate request with the comp plan.
Any questions of staff? Mr. Rambo?
Did the applicant say what their intention is?
That's not been made clear at this point.
Ms. Hyatt, do you have a question?
It's AB1 right next door, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And
On both sides.
On both sides. Okay. And that's what they're requesting. The same.
That's correct.
All right.
I have a couple of questions. Number one, is this going to be a subdivision of this property?
Within AB, there are no development standards that would prevent that. But you get into with these skinny lots, you really do get into an issue with access, and subdividing off of an access easement that would not be possible. So that's that's a hypothetical that I'm not sure of the direction they're heading.
The property looks a lot bigger than 0.66 acres. That for the entire property, I guess is what I'm saying. Or am I mistaken in reading your map?
This outlined area would be 0.66. This is a separate parcel under separate ownership.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Hyatt?
Now, in AB1, they could build like a mixed use project. They could put 4 and 4 residential upstairs, and they could do something mixed use when it's AB1.
Anyone with AB zoning would be permitted to do that.
Yeah, they can have residential.
Mr. Rambo?
Doesn't the Sweetgrass Basket overlay have height restrictions as part? I thought you couldn't do. It had to be like a 1-story or something like that.
You're limited to square feet. So in this section, you're limited to 15,000 square feet.
Okay.
So
Yeah, which
that
is not a
is
lot.
a gross. That contains all the floors too.
Okay.
So you get down to Old Georgetown Loop, and it's only 3,000.
Yeah.
Here it's 15.
Okay.
And that is aggregate of all stories. So it does get a little bit more. Your footprint shrinks as you go vertical.
Understood.
What is the buffer on 17 at this point,
This would be a 50-foot buffer.
rather than 100?
Correct.
Okay. Then, Mr. Rambo?
Did Planning Commission unanimously recommend approval?
They did.
Okay. I will make a motion to recommend approval to full council.
Motion made and seconded to approve the request for rezoning on Highway 17 North, which is TMS number 57800000757. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is 2965 North Highway 17. Request to annex and zone CC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a 0.78 acre parcel next to Guy C. Lee and Porsche's Bluff. It is requesting CC zoning, which is currently in the county. It is zoned S3, which is the corresponding zoning for us, and this is actually the automatic designation that it would receive if just automatically annexed. I did want to make one thing very clear. This is not within a historic designation area within the county. This is outside of that, and this is just the automatic designation that it would receive, CC.
I'll ask anybody for a motion. Mr. Rambo?
I will make a motion that we recommend approval of the annexation and the CC zoning to full council.
Is there a second? Second. Motion made and seconded to approve or to send to council a request to annex and zone CC 2965 Highway 17. Any comments? Hearing none, I have one, and that is that it's right next to a lumberyard, so it makes sense to go ahead and do the rezoning requested or recommended, and I think it's reasonable. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion made and carries. Item E, comprehensive plan 5-year update.
Yeah, Miss Boyles is going to present this. We're happy to say that we're on the home stretch here for this update, so I'm happy to turn it over to her. There you go.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning.
Morning.
So, comp plan update. As you are aware, we've been going through this for some months with the Planning Commission, and happy to. And we've also had public meetings, and I'm happy to let you know that at their last meeting, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this draft. Just to give you a kind of a quick overview of how we got to where we are. As you know, this is our 5-year update. It's not a complete reinvention of the wheel. So we took what we had, we started with what we had, the 2019 plan. And as you can see, we've included in this document a lot of the work that we've been doing since then, basically. We've got public input from our Public Input Matters series of meetings that we had a couple of years ago around town with members of the public. We've included, built up the resilience element, which was a requirement of the state code, but it also enabled us to bring in a lot of the work that we've been doing recently with, say, our hazard mitigation plan, our hazard vulnerability analysis, things that the Green Commission has worked on, the Community Forest Master Plan, all these different things that we've been busy with since the adoption of this plan have been folded into this draft as part of the resilience element. We also have included information from the economic development plan that was created a couple years ago. And when you look at the land use, we have not made any real changes to that. The only places where you will see anything different from 19 to this revision is where there have been things that either have been corrected or rezoned so that it just didn't make sense anymore to keep it as the old land use. So also just throughout the plan, you'll see some minor language edits, where we've incorporated new data. You'll see a new paragraph about, say, the Community Forest Master Plan or something. And throughout also, you'll see that wherever there's a project that's referenced, say transportation projects, for instance, we've given a status update. So we said 5 years ago that we're going to start building this. We say where we stand in the process. So that's incorporated in this draft. We've been going through this with the Planning Commission since December, the various sections. We had our public input meetings. It's still June, the beginning of this month, around town with three different evenings, and it's also been available online since early June as well. So we've got that option for people who either couldn't or weren't able to make the meetings for whatever reason. Planning Commission did make the recommendation on the 18th to recommend this to you for approval, and here we are today on June 30th. And coming up, you are scheduled for the public hearing on this document next week at your council meeting. That is a state requirement that town council holds the public hearing for that, and it has to be advertised with 30 days notice. So that's why it's kind of been out there for a while. And then of course it's up to y'all when you have your second reading, but hopefully that will be forthcoming here. Do you have any particular questions for me?
Any questions from the committee? My only question is, do you need any kind of a motion from us, or does it automatically go to council?
I think a recommendation for approval would be
I'll
needed to town
make a
council.
motion to recommend approval to full council.
Motion made and seconded to recommend approval to town council of the 5-year update on our comprehensive plan. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Like sign. Motion is approved.
Thank you, sir.
The next item, I think, on the agenda is to adjourn.
Just protect those like non-jurisdictional ones now. Enforcement mechanisms. Hire a full-time wetland delineator. How's it going? Yeah. I'd be curious. So Bluffton's actually needs more enforcement. Not the county. Environmental get involved and say yes or no. If there are, here's where it's at. So they can really have a hard time. Doing it same thing as last time. I take over the methodology. Confirm for the video. So to play it, you just advance one more. So on the slide just perfect. So just push again. Yeah. Okay. Try to make it a little bit more appealing. Look at. Try to speed it up a little bit, but you speed it up too much and it just in and out, no one can see anything.
comment?
Committee, y'all ready? Okay. Good morning. Let me call to order the Flood Resilience Committee of Mount Pleasant Town Council for this Monday, June 30th. It's good to see everybody here. I want to say before we get started, I'm looking forward to the 4th of July this weekend. It's a huge weekend in Mount Pleasant. Please don't email or text me at 11:30 the night of July 4th and ask me why fireworks aren't outlawed. That's because of state law. But I do want to just in advance thank our staff. It is a busy day for our public services, our fire, our police, and probably some recreation staff as well. And I want to thank everybody for all they do to make it one of the most fun days in Mount Pleasant. So, Mr. Moore, thank you and your staff for that. Item number 2, approval of minutes from the June 2nd meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have a second, please? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, minutes are approved. Item 3 is public comments. If you would like to make a public comment, please come forward. Name and address, 2.5 minutes, please. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Bob Adams. I live at 35 East Lake Road. And you obviously are aware of the importance of wetlands, lakes, ponds, and other bodies of water in terms of the effect of flooding. I also imagine you're well aware that the EPA has said that wetlands function like natural tubs, storing floodwaters that overflow riverbanks and surface water that collects in depressions. In this way, wetlands help protect adjacent and downstream properties from flood damage. An interesting statistic, at least I thought it was that they say that 1 acre of wetlands can typically store about 3 acre-feet of water during flooding. And that works out to 1 million gallons of water. That rang my bell. The Clean Water Act was recently, about 2 years ago, interpreted by the Supreme Court and narrowed so that it's unlawful to destroy wetlands or other bodies of water by dumping dredged or fill material, but only as long as the wetlands or other waters have a continuous surface connection to a covered water body such as a river. This definition is, in my opinion, too narrow, and I would urge in your committee's consideration that it consider providing protection for 4 other types of wetlands. First, wetlands or other waters created or maintained by underground connections, for example, by pipes to protected waters. Now, that's not covered by SACIT. Wetlands or other waters that are separated from protected waters, that would be like in the case of berms, dikes, things like that. Third, water bodies, wetlands fed by subterranean water, because that's not a protected water. And fourth, kind of a sneaky one, but it's very important, low-lying areas that are not wet all year long, but serve an important purpose of retaining water during hurricanes and large storms.
I think you're getting the time notice.
Okay. So
Thank you.
actually, it turned out I was right at the end. So I urge you to consider those 4 areas. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? There being none, we will move to item 4 on our agenda, which is a review of a draft ordinance regarding wetland regulations by local governments. And to continue on Mr. Adams' theme, and thank you for those comments. That's exactly why we are doing this. That decision from the Supreme Court left a lot of what's called isolated wetlands unprotected. And we have seen that the town of Bluffton recently, I think since we last met, Mr. Pagliarini, they actually passed their ordinance, and it
Yes,
was
sir.
passed unanimously. And we are learning from their efforts on this. And I want to thank you for all the drafts that you have given us of this. And just to tell the committee, I don't know if y'all heard Mr. Pagliarini speaking with me beforehand, but our goal for today is to go over a couple of aspects of this. We don't think we're not at the point of voting on the whole thing yet. It'll at some point go to Planning Commission and then come back through, but we'll act on those things today that you need to advance this. So I'll turn it over to you now.
Sir, thank you, Mayor, members of the committee. Thank you, sir, for your explanation. I don't have to go back into the Supreme Court decision. I appreciate the assistance. What this is, fundamentally, from a technical standpoint, is a rewrite of Chapter 153 of our code. And of course, that is going to require significant input from our engineering staff. And as you see the title of the ordinance, again, all of this is subject to change, but it is development standards to protect wetlands and wetland buffers for stormwater and water quality management. That is the stated purpose. The ordinance is fairly, I don't want to say benign, but the true information is referenced in Exhibit A. And I have not undertaken a full rewrite of the code at this point, but have instead identified topics, areas of our existing code that we're going to need to address. And you'll see the first being authority and scope. This is where at least it starts with requirement and input from our engineering department. Again, as the gentleman eloquently stated, what is it that we are protecting? And essentially, it is everything that the feds aren't protecting. And there is a good bit of law out there that probably needs to be made on this. We need to protect against transitional changes, legal interpretations, and the like. So all of this is going to be continuously evolving as wetlands jurisdiction is and has been for the last 50 or so years. So,
and Mr. Pagliarini, just to be clear, we're not reinventing the wheel here because we already have stormwater regulations. Right. Okay, that code already exists.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're not just inventing something. We are, in the light of this and in light of now that we're well underway with some of our stormwater fixes, we know that part of our green infrastructure saves our taxpayers money, and which leads us right back to stormwater regulation.
Right. Yes, sir. It is an expansion of that.
Okay.
You are exactly correct. And I think if you're looking at what is pulled up on the screen, 153-002, the one of the decisions that committee and ultimately council will need to make is right away development. Are we talking about what areas we have? Again, based on what other jurisdictions have done, just selected a placeholder of 5,000 or more square feet of land disturbance. Obviously, that is a point of discussion, and I'm going to defer as we go through this draft to our engineering department to see what does that really affect. I can't sit here and tell you whether 5,000 is appropriate or not appropriate, but we'll have to get a better understanding of whether that's going to be a significant improvement. How many properties are going to fit that? Redevelopment infill of 2,000 square feet, again, a placeholder number. And any land disturbance, regardless of size, within a development where multiple separate and distinct land disturbing activities may occur at different times on different schedules. Our staff is well familiar with phased approaches that look to try to get, I don't want to say get out of, but avoid these specific square footage requirements when you do it over a phased period of time. So, for example, 500 square feet here, 500 square feet there, and then it develops over time. So that's the catch-all provision. There are exemptions, and again, we'll have to work on these as I'll continuously say that. I'll try not to, because all of this is a work in progress. Maintenance, alteration, or approval by the town, which does not alter existing drainage patterns. No adverse impact on adjacent property or create adverse environmental or water quality impacts. Agricultural activities, redevelopment that constitutes replacement of the original square footage of impervious cover. So essentially, if you're building in the same footprint and the like, and so on and so forth, with basic things that would be beneficial or not negatively change stormwater or environmental issues. This is incorporated, all incorporated areas into the town. It applies. So if there's any questions on as we go, please interrupt me. The stated purpose, 153-004, some additions and changes. And this is it: to protect wetlands and wetlands buffer areas from encroachment, pollution, degradation, alteration, or elimination is a crucial element of the town's stormwater and water quality management plans and supports resilient efforts in anticipation of more frequent and severe weather events as documented. And we intend at least to define procedures, which we're going to get into in just a moment. And number 5, substantial changes in developmental impacts have occurred since the time the development agreements were signed. And so we want to be able to make sure that those agreements are in compliance as well. The next section, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
So in the purpose section, I guess part of that is if we're ever in litigation, maybe courts ask. I've never been to a trial to see something like this or a hearing or anything, but I'm sure we're trying to make as much legal justification as possible.
Yes, precisely. Different levels, different standards, different level of judicial scrutiny. If this is a significant public purpose and defendable public purpose, government authorities are going to be granted more leeway in regulating. Again, there's always the reasonableness standard. We want to make certain that we are positioning ourselves for the least amount of judicial scrutiny.
Okay. And I have perused this, but if there's a way, or if you think it's appropriate, if the committee feels that way, the change that I have seen, and I was on public services 10 years ago when I first got elected as a council member, is I don't remember much discussion. I know those in the staff who are here may have known all this, but at the elected official point, I don't remember discussion of green infrastructure. I don't remember, there was no state office of resiliency. There was no discussion of the state's overall goal of from gray to green, so that we've got our wetlands, we've got our land plan, we've got everything working for us, so that we aren't constantly looking for, and like what Charleston is now, in the billions of dollars to handle resiliency matters. So as we proceed with this, if we put those resiliency matters, the green infrastructure, all that in there, I think it'll stand the test of time. I really do.
Yes, sir. Agree. Moving forward, the next section is definitions. I've only highlighted a few, but these are key terms. What exactly are wetlands? What is wetland delineation? And I led off by saying that this is certainly a malleable document and process. And what are wetlands? What exactly is it that we are covering and not? Yes, sir.
Mr. Paccarini, on the wetland delineation, I know in the past, what is right above there in your material, in our definitions, goes into great detail with the federal government through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. In the past, that has also been handled statewide through what used to be DHEC, I think is now something.
DES, Department of
something
Environmental
into
Services.
Department of the Environmental Services, but you don't in any way recognize the state. Is there a reason for that?
No, sir. We can certainly do that, and I think as we go through and adopt what is approved and wetlands, I'm not really certain if they're going to add anything. I don't know if Brad has anything to add to that right now, but at least my research indicated, and my understanding is that we're not going to see any different delineations at the state level.
Okay, I just asked that because I know there have been projects that have been held up by the state more than
permitting
the federal government.
Sure, permitting requirements. Yes, sir. I would agree with that. I guess I'm talking more about delineation.
Okay.
So just for working knowledge as we go forward, delineation and permitting are two totally separate things that
yes, sir.
Obviously legally.
Our first decision is what is it that we are regulating,
right?
And that I think that's the challenge. These are just a handful of definitions. As we rewrite, or if we are to rewrite Chapter 153, there's going to be additional definitions as we move forward. But at least I wanted to provide to the committee and the citizens the highlights of what it is we're trying to, the problem we're trying to solve.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
the
sir.
reason I brought up the state is in order to get a permit, it's got to be delineated. They do their own delineation from time to time, and I think it needs to be talked about anyway.
Okay.
Because I don't want us to ignore that. Again,
Right.
in a case
Sir,
of a court.
just so you're aware, sir, under wetlands, if you look at that, if you look about the Middle U.S. Corps of Army Engineers or the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services,
Right.
so it is at least as is defined there. It would be considered. Ultimately, as we get to the end of this, it's going to be up to our staff to determine appropriate delineations. That's where it falls. So if they do weigh in on any particular situation, that will have to be considered. I think it's a catch-all. So
Thank you.
all right. Definitions, and then the next section is going to be standards and application. This is really where where we break down how the process works. And if you look under general requirements, number 2, this section will apply to building development, redevelopment, site alteration within a wetland or wetland buffer area, those two terms having been defined in the definition area. and there's going to be a permit, commencement of activity, submit a stormwater permit application to the Director of Engineering and Development Services or his or her designee. There is a review of that process. Additional information can be required, and can also has the opportunity and obligation to review the project. Authority to issue, deny, or conditionally approve wetland certifications consistent with the standards. So this is just the process. It's very similar to all of our current processes. Wetland delineation required. Number 3, except as set forth in this section, any person proposing to carry out a land disturbance or perform any applicable activity as set forth in this ordinance shall provide the town with a wetland delineation. Mr. Chapman, that may further answer your question, that it's really going to be on the applicant to provide proof of that. I don't see us going out performing our own. So whatever entity is delineated, that'll have to be proved. There are exceptions. These are specifically something that all of this, of course, asking committee and council to weigh in on. But again, if it's less than a 5-acre site and has been exclusively utilized as single-family residential for 10 years, again, that is an exception for committee and council to consider. And then there are other requirements. There's certification that there are no wetlands or wetland buffers. This is meant to so that we're not overly onerous on our existing homeowners, existing residential, and that's why going back 10 years seems to be a palatable time period. But of course, that is going to be up to council.
I'm sure we'll have some discussions on those.
Yes, sir. Calculations, buffers and setbacks. This does get beyond my scope of expertise. And again, we will need significant engineering consulting to make sure that these distances and measurements are appropriate. And then prohibited activities, removal, excavation, disturbance of soil, dumping or filling, placement of structures, removal or destruction of trees, plants, grasses, or vines. That's really the heart of it. What can and can you not do? And then exceptions, again, certain exceptions, maintenance of existing buffer landscaping, multi-purpose pathways, pedestrian walkways. Of course, we don't want to interfere with general public projects that are beneficial. Of course, there would still need to be permitting. We would not be exempted from permitting, but these types of projects would be exempted.
And I know it's dangerous to try to summarize something this detailed in a short thing, but I do see, and I've in reading and I've picked up, this would not prevent, like if we had wetlands that were part of a town park, having a boardwalk there so people can see wetlands, experience wetlands,
Right.
like you have in the Beidler Forest, one of the most unique conservation tracts in South Carolina. But there's a boardwalk so that you can see it and understand, why it's important.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There are significant limitations. This is going to require more analysis again. Mayor, I'm hoping this is a general overview. If you'd like
Right.
to get into the details, we can certainly do that. But as we go through the various exceptions and exemptions and what it is we're covering are laid out in here, obviously there are going to be, assuming that we have legislation in the future, there are always going to be issues that arise that may require future changes.
Okay.
So number 5 is just other requirements. Well, let me go back. Still under number 4, there are some limited removals if you're looking at the bottom of the page, certain trees that should follow along with our tree policy and tree ordinances related to dying trees, non-native things, species, threatening species, those types of things. We want to make sure that that is consistent with our tree protection ordinances. And other requirements, project notice, staking, so that it is known and available to, that's always been a concern from staff and members of the public to be able to understand what it is happening on a particular piece of property. So we've added that in there. And consistent construction practices and the like. So what are the general requirements? Licenses 153007. There must be meeting of the requirements, issuing of stormwater permit with all exemptions clearly stated. Stormwater permit shall be valid for 5 years unless an extension is applied for and approved. And then something we'll have to consider is enforcement penalties and abatement. Well, enforcement is fairly straightforward. Penalties, we can revert to our general penalty section of our town code. As committee is aware, we are limited by the state as to what our financial penalties can be. However, there are in-kind where we're requiring compliance and we're authorized to inspect. So town is authorized under this section to inspect a project's impact to wetlands to determine compliance. And so that is intended to be an evergreen provision that inspections are continuous and we can continuously, if required, perform inspections and not limit to the construction and development stage.
Okay. Yes, sir. Ms. Chapman.
Mr. Pagarini, how much dissemination of this information will take place, for example, from the engineering firms throughout the town and county that do work in the town of Mount Pleasant?
How would we disseminate this information to them? Is that your question, sir?
Yes.
All right. Well, first, in my opinion, this is going to be a several-month process with all the various public hearings that we would normally follow, planning commission, readings of council, and however many committee minutes. I am not qualified to answer how our engineering group gets this out to engineers. I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I submit that there's better people to answer that question than I.
Good.
We would, in the past when we get into these highly technical things and the regulations, we will very much engage that community, Mr. Chapman, to make sure we understand all the nuances that they deal with, that they can understand what we're dealing with and our objectives. So it would have to be closely, it's input, ultimately for the policymakers to make a decision on, but we would be heavily engaged with them.
Thank you.
So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer. And next, I'll just cover process if the committee's ready. What we would be looking for are a few things. Firstly, if committee would like the opportunity to digest this, come back next month with specifics, we can certainly do that. Ultimately, we will be looking for direction from committee to perform the rewrite of Chapter 153 and then take that to the Planning Commission and go through the process for approval if that is what the committee requests. And I don't know how long that will take. I would request on behalf of staff, once this committee is ready to go forward, somewhere around 60 days for us to perform that task.
Yes.
Is this something that our Green Commission is going to review? Is it going to be part of their agenda to make any sort of recommendations?
I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt, but the actual process. I mean,
Mhm.
that is something that the Green Commission can offer expertise on
Right.
all the
I
time.
just wondered if we were going to recommend that they
We-
take a look and have access to
I mean,
that.
there's nothing that prevents them from doing it at the same time the planning
No, ma'am.
commission's doing
What,
it. Yeah.
what I would recommend in that capacity is if this comes back next month and there are recommendations and allow us to put it in a format that the Green Commission can, and we can do all of this simultaneously, Mayor.
Okay.
They're welcome to look at it and provide recommendations.
To us,
And
you know.
I don't believe a motion's necessary if this committee wants us to
Will
do
they
that.
be meeting in July?
I do not know the answer to that question.
I mean, the assumption, the assumption is, could they look at this draft?
Yes, sir.
And know that we will be looking at it in August at our
Right.
August meeting because they may have some technical things. That's
Very
the beauty of that commission. We're basically getting free expertise that
Right.
we don't have to pay for.
We'll send it out, at least in its current format, to them for review, and they are welcome to put it on their next agenda. I do not know when that meeting will be.
Something like third Tuesday of the month. That would be great, and then we could have their feedback before we see it again in August, which is what I think. If I'm reading the committee right, we need to see this again in August. And I would ask you, Mr. Pagrini, to just tell us which things, when we come back next month, you really need us to maybe make a decision on. I see a couple that I made notes on, like, you
Yes,
know,
sir.
how do we arrive at 5,000 square feet or 5 acres or things like that? And you meant for us to, I mean, that's not a criticism. You meant for us to have a discussion and make those decisions at some point.
Yes, sir. We want to make sure that we understand what our minimum project size is. Is it everybody, or are we going to set a standard? There is a fair amount of language in here regarding residential exemptions.
Right.
We talked about the 10-year. I think we really need to know whether committee wants to weigh in and have those residential exemptions under those limited circumstances. That's part of it as well. The penalties, in my opinion, I don't think that's going to require a good bit of effort. We can structure our penalties how we structure all of our various penalties, but also if you where we would appreciate what we'll ask Green Commission is to look at the definitions, how we are defining wetlands. As Mr. Chapman mentioned, there's some work that can go into that to make sure we're covering all bases. Wetlands, wetland delineation, and the like. What exactly is it that we are covering? And those would certainly be helpful to weigh in on by the committee.
Okay. I think we have an idea of what we will come back and talk about next month. Do you need any action on this?
No, sir. I don't think we do. If okay, we'll come back and take in those answers. And we'll provide any Green Commission feedback that'll help y'all's decision making.
Mr. Rambo.
This may be a remedial question, but just going back a little bit. So, if somebody has, I don't know, a 2-acre commercial site undeveloped or whatever, and it's got a third of an acre of it is like an isolated wetland. So, they would have to get a wetland under this. They would have to get a wetland survey or by an engineering firm, and then sorry, very remedial. So in the past that was handled by the federal government, or it wasn't, and then also under this, would they be able to purchase wetland credits, or how does that? I'm a little bit confused.
No, sir. That's a good question. The federal court, U.S. Supreme Court essentially has said the continuous surface water. So a lot of our wetlands are no longer covered or now regulated, or at least what were under federal law. And that's what we're anticipating.
Because they're not connected to navigable.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so what this aims to do is close those loopholes that we now have town regulation, town ordinance to cover those. So the survey and the delineation would need to be provided so that our staff has opportunity to determine whether those can be filled, whether those can be developed, what can happen with those, I think is what you're asking. So credits, if it doesn't fall under the federal system, then I don't know how that structure would affect us.
I guess what I'm saying is, I get that some of the federal protections have been removed, and so we're trying to re-implement that.
Right.
But are we going, like, is it even further than what was there, so that, somebody under the federal system could have potentially purchased credits or whatever and filled, and now they can't? That's where I'm kind of like, are we saying if it's a delineated wetland, you can't touch it, or
well, you can develop it in accordance with our rules and regulations, but I don't think it's certainly within our town's, any municipality's capability to have a credits system in place. Right.
Okay. I was just thinking of the practical application,
I
how it's
don't know if
different
you
from
have
what
any
that was
thoughts
in
on
place
that.
2 years ago or whatever.
I think there's a lot of detail that's going to have to be fleshed out. Just like you're speaking of, would we even get into such a program where, basically it's like you're saying, we're picking up where the feds cut off, and you get to define the scope of what that means. What is a wetland? What are you going to allow in those areas, if anything? So, that's really kind of what it boils down to. But there is a lot of information here that David's put together that we're going to have to go through and make sure we understand and you understand what that means and impacts to people. And I think that maybe that's
I guess I get what I get concerned about is if it goes even further than what used to be in place with the federal government and even further restricts, would that be a taking? Would that be,
That is an excellent question. And it goes back to what I said before, as the mayor pointed out, what is the validity? What is the public purpose of this? And what is the scrutiny under which we're going to be judged? It has to be reasonable. And if, in my opinion, if it somewhat matches, if we were to say, if there is a wetland on your property, just hypothetically, if there are any wetlands on your property, you can't develop it. Well, I can guarantee you that would be overly restrictive. That would be a taking. But if we have reasonable development restrictions related to impact of these wetlands, that's what
so
we're
it's
trying
really
to
about
put
mitigating
together.
the impact.
Yes, sir. And that's why we have exemptions. That's why we're trying to define as best we can what it is, the problem we're trying to solve. That's the balance. And I suspect at Bluffton, town of Mount Pleasant, you're going to see more and more of this. And really that's the battle, is how restrictive can we be? And is someone going to challenge these? That's always possible. But I think if we define it narrowly and we have reasonable restrictions, it's like any law we pass at the town. Is it reasonable? Are we protecting development rights reasonably? And that's what we're trying to put together with consultation from you all, Green Commission, and then our own staff, and outside help if necessary.
Great. Thank you. So if you don't need, we won't take any action on that, but we have a plan. We have an action plan, but we didn't have to vote on anything. So thank you very much. All right. This moves us along, and thank y'all, everybody. But I think we're making huge progress on that. This moves us to item number 5, presentation of low-lying area flood and resilience plan. This is a pilot study that was done, and I think this is going to be very interesting.
Yes, it is very interesting. It's a very interesting topic because it's about our future, really, in some low-lying areas. To kind of summarize this for you before we get the consultants up and they start showing you their results and stuff, I think it'd be pretty good just to kind of speak at a very high level.
Okay.
This is a unique and very targeted focus at unique areas in the town of Mount Pleasant. This exhibit that I'm showing you is very helpful. It was actually borrowed from the City of Charleston Water Plan, so it might look familiar to you, but it's a very good exhibit that shows the relationship between high ground, low ground, and how there's a certain area that is called the compounding risk zone, highlighted here. That's where you would have, your low-lying areas that the tide is tidally influenced. We have a king tide, seasonally high tide that comes in, storm surge. That's going to have your saltwater intrusion, and it's called a compounding risk, flood risk zone, because there is the potential for stormwater to enter this area. And because it's compounding, you have what, in very simple terms, you have a outlet control condition where water cannot get through because of the downstream elevation of the water fast enough to be able to control the flooding. Now, as opposed to an inlet control situation where you would have something on high ground, take Kincaid, for instance. That's at elevation 17 mean sea level. That's relatively high. That's floods. Well, that is a capacity issue that is considered really an inlet control issue, where water is collected in one area and they can't get out of that area because of capacity issue. The tailwater problem is different because of the condition of the downstream elevation of the water is restricting the flow out of the rainwater, and it compounds in that particular area. So the inlet control, you increase pipe sizes, capacity, you're able to manage the flooding. Downstream, where you have an outlet control, it doesn't really matter that much about the size of the pipe. It doesn't matter about the size of the pond. When water breaches the ground elevation, fills up the pipes, fills up the ponds, the low-lying depressed areas, and what it takes for a have positive flow is the compounding effect of water being higher on the upstream end as it is on the downstream end. So hopefully I didn't oversimplify that for you, but there are two types of flooding conditions in this particular, if you want to simplify it like that.
And also I know what you were talking about, the compound flood risk, but is the land subsidence also a part of that? And I know, and Jake, since you and I are commissioners at Waterworks, I believe there are 6 measuring stations that they have, and the last report I got was that there was not enough data collected yet for them to draw any conclusions. But we know that there are areas in the low country that are actually sinking. So you got the flood waters rising and the land sinking. And I don't know if that is part of the compound. I know the flood risk is more the source of the water.
Yes, sir.
But as we have discussed in some other forums and things, this subsidence is not to be taken lightly either. So.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out, because yes, that is where all this is occurring, in these unique little areas. And the city of Charleston has their issues, Isle of Palm, Sullivan's Island, and so do we. Maybe not to the volume and scale, but there are areas in the town of Mount Pleasant that will be susceptible to having these sort of problems incrementally into the future. And yes, the subsidence was part of this, and our consultants will touch on that when they go through their presentation. But before I turn it over to them, our approach to this, Mr. Mayor, is to be citizen-oriented. We want to have a meaningful message for anyone that is concerned about what impacts they could be experiencing if they live in these low-lying areas. So that's really why we're doing this, is to be responsive and be proactive with, good information, and be ready for, to address any of the concerns that our residents have. We solicited the services of a local engineering firm, Seaman & Whiteside and Associates. They have 2 guys that hold PhDs that are specialized in large-scale data analysis, and they are very, very proficient in hydrology, hydraulics, and climate change adaptive planning. They've been involved with a lot of recent studies in Sullivan's Island and Isle of Palm, so they're very familiar with what other municipalities are doing. And one thing that we did with this is we, instead of taking town-wide and looking at the entire town and seeing all these low areas, we wanted to kind of drill down on 2 locations, 2 pilot studies. We wanted to see really what are the physical impacts to those two particular areas. We selected one in the lower part of Mount Pleasant, which is controlled by the city of the Charleston Harbor. And then we looked at one in the upper part of Mount Pleasant that's controlled more by the Wando River. So you can kind of you get a little sense of a difference between the two locations. So that I'm gonna turn this over to these guys, Ryan and Aaron, to take it from here. But at the end of this, we would like maybe some direction on where you would like to take us. We have a handful of other study areas that are potential, but where we are right now, we just wanted to focus on two specific areas and provide that sort of information for you for your comment. Ryan?
Thanks, Kevin. He'll take all the questions when we're done. Let's see here. Appreciate y'all having us today. My name's Ryan Phillips. I'm with Seaman Whiteside. I've got a colleague of mine here, Aaron Aiken, also water resources engineer, and today we're just going to cover some really high level. We're not going to get super into the weeds. Happy to have some coffee another day if we want to talk real technical details, but really just wanted to get y'all's thoughts and opinions and show you some of the cool things we've been working on. So today we'll just give you a little bit of precursor. I'm sure everyone's aware what's going on in other communities. Kevin mentioned the city of Charleston. We've got Sullivan's Island, Isle of Palms, really any of the coastal communities. Talk about our project goals. We will cover some of the study areas. Then I'll hand it off to Aaron. We will cover a little bit what's been involved. We did look at sea level rise, also with rainfall, so we're not just looking at sea level rise. I know subsidence was brought up. We'll talk a little bit about that. Some of the modeling methodology, how we came up with a pretty robust and economical model to actually analyze some of this, and then most importantly, what does it look like and what's the economic impact? So a little precursor, as Kevin mentioned, City of Charleston's really been the pinnacle of sea level rise. It floods everywhere downtown. That's no surprise, but there are other communities that are looking at some of these things. And again, it's not just sea level rise. So Isle of Palms, we actually just finished up a plan for them. Their problems were a little bit different. They have a lot of septic tanks that are in low-lying areas, and hence that is a big issue when you get tidal flooding and rainfall flooding. Some of our friends at Sullivan's Island, they're also undergoing a study right now looking at green infrastructure, storm surge, you name it. So not just sea level rise. Folly Beach actually just did their 5-year update. They did a sea level rise plan originally in 2017. They just update that for the first time. And like I mentioned, Sullivan's Island, they will actually be presenting some of their draft work here shortly. So everyone around us is looking at the problem. And so it's exciting that Town of Mount Pleasant decided to kick this off. So to start with, we've just got a graphic up here. Everything in green is lower than elevation 7. This is on a survey elevation datum. That's what the NAVD 88 is. So it's not on a tidal datum that you might see on a tide app. But one thing all of these communities are doing in common, they're all looking at areas that are around elevation 7 or lower. That's where most folks are targeting sea level rise. They think that the waters will get about that elevation. So just a really good graphic here showing, some of the surrounding communities. What's at risk is in red. No surprise, City of Charleston, there's a lot of red. Town of Mount Pleasant is very interesting because it's really on the edges or in the tidal marshes. So again, that's some of the scale we're talking about, but that's just elevation. That's not going to tell you everything you need to know. A summary graphic here that's a really good visualization. This shows you the percentage of land mass on your y-axis on the left as a function of the elevation. Now, what we've done here is just targeted everywhere at elevation 7, and interestingly enough, Mount Pleasant at elevation 7, only 23% of our land mass is below that elevation. So we're on a mountain, so to speak, and That's for good purposes. People that move
You
here
mean
were
the
very
former mayor
intelligent.
of Charleston was wrong? We are a mountain, right?
We are a mountain.
Okay.
So the real kicker on this graphic is just the town of Mount Pleasant is higher naturally. And so we haven't been experiencing as many of the issues as the surrounding communities. But at some point, we will get there. And so won't dive too much further into that. But again, we are on a mountain, so we're saved, hopefully. So again, today, like Kevin mentioned, we wanted to pick two areas in Mount Pleasant. One in the older southern part of Mount Pleasant off of Shem Creek, and then one in a newer developed area just to get some geographic representations. We did look at sea level rise. We did look at storm surge as well. What happens when you have a hurricane on top of sea level rise? What happens when all of that happens and you have a heavy downpour? So all of the different factors that you could consider. And then Aaron will dive deep into the weeds, but did very comprehensive modeling. We want to look holistically at everything, the pipes, the ponds, how everything is affected. So we don't want to take that lightly. And then most importantly, what I think everyone's going to be interesting is the financial impacts. And that's going to be key. So the first study area we looked at was the Darrell Creek Basin. That's in the middle there. You can see, and really the focal point is that little blue polygon. But the interesting thing for Darrell Creek is there are so many tidal marshes and interconnected drainage networks. In order to actually understand that little blue polygon, we had to look out two watersheds to the east and west. So to actually understand Darrell Creek, we've looked at Toomer Creek and Austin Creek. So again, just we have to look big picture, and you can't really focus in or else you will not get representative results. Again, just going back to our simple elevation graphic here, a large percentage of Darrell Creek is below elevation 7. So, most people think North Mount Pleasant is high and dry. May not be the case. Second study area is Hadrill Point, right off of Shem Creek. Again, a little different geographically. Again, same perspective here. Not a lot of this area is lower than elevation 7. So you might imagine there might be a little bit different dynamics in this area. And another thing to point out, these are watershed boundaries. We looked at everything from a watershed scale. We didn't draw just neighborhood or zoning lines. It's truly, if you dropped a water drop on the surface, we looked at it from an elevation and watershed perspective. And with that, I will hand it over to Aaron, and he will enlighten everyone on all the fun stuff.
I'll do my best not to bore everyone with a lot of the technical details. We'll try to keep it pretty high level for this presentation, but really did just want to highlight, what are we talking about when we're looking at sea level rise? Or what are those situations or scenarios that we were really interested in looking at for the purposes of these pilot studies? So what we looked at for a lot of our tidal boundary conditions, what is that scenario where compound flooding is occurring? What are we wanting to investigate? What is something that the town could potentially plan for long term? What we ended up looking at is essentially what we defined as an extreme high tide cycle. So high tides that statistically happen 1 to 2 times a year. And really how we were able to develop some of those scenarios or tidal targets is we looked at the long-term data for the Charleston Harbor and pulled that, 1 to 2 times per year high tide, which ended up being about 5.25 feet NAVD88. You notice that's a little bit below that elevation 7 target. And that's because when we start to add in a lot of our sea level rise, localized vertical land subsidence data, we really start to approach elevation 7, some of those long-term forecasts. For the purpose of this study, we looked primarily at 2 different year targets today, 2025, as well as 25 years into the future, 2050. And that's really where a lot of the comparison from a lot of their scenarios will take place. You'll notice we're speaking a lot in feet NAVD88. That just we chose that as a vertical datum just to get engineers, planners, the town all kind of speaking the same language versus putting tides in reference to mean low or low water. Most of the time when we pull open our phone to try to get a tide prediction. That's in terms of mean low or low water, or the average of all the low tides. The reason why it's important that we don't communicate and base a lot of these studies off of that datum is that's about to change. That data, you know, if I say a 6 foot tide today, that is based off a frame of reference for data that was collected in the Charleston Harbor from 1983 to 2001. That's pretty outdated. That's actually about to just update where all of those tidal datums are here in the next 2 years to get that 2002 through about 2020 data set. All of that's to say, you know, an 8 foot tide today is not necessarily going to be an 8 foot tide in 2 years. So we want to pick a fixed frame of reference for communicating to the public. And plus everyone's got an elevation certificate. That's going to be an engineering datum reference. So it just gets everyone apples to apples. So what we ended up doing to really evaluate these flood conditions is we ended up developing a really comprehensive 1D, 2D dynamic model. We don't need to go into all of the weeds on how that actually functions, but essentially what it allows you to do is it allows you to run dynamic tidal conditions through all your stormwater pipes, ponds, networks, and really add in rainfall on top of that to really see what is the impact of compound flooding in a lot of these areas. And you can kind of see in the model and the video running up on the screen right now, you can see that tide cycle coming in and out. This is actually from one of our future scenarios, one of our 2050 extreme tide scenarios, just so we can really start to grasp at scale what are these physical impacts, as well as what is happening today as well, and start to look into the future on how much worse is it potentially going to get. Just going to tease us a little bit. After we ended up looking at 12 unique scenarios across each study area, a whole host of different combinations of, tidal conditions with different rainfall events, storm surge, as well as looking at that 25-year projections on all of those situations. Just wanted to tease us a little bit. Once we are able to post-process those results, we are able to really look at dynamically what is that potential flood depth on surrounding properties, what is the potential financial impact. And so we were able to take these flood depth results from all of these scenarios, and we're able to leverage HAZUS, which is a FEMA decision tool, to really start to understand the potential economic impacts of these different events. So not just, flooding got this worse by this many acres over the next 25 years, or these are the properties and parcels most at risk. But we wanted to tie that to economic impact data to say, what is the actual financial and economic impact of some of these flooding events, and how much worse may it get, to allow the town to have that extra data in their back pocket when decisions start to be made on what do you actually do with a lot of this information. So HAZUS is a decision support tool from FEMA. Don't have to get into everything, though. Like Ryan mentioned, we'd be more than happy to sit at length and chat through it. The biggest takeaway from this is it looks largely pretty holistically at aggregated census data. It is a pretty common tool for conducting a lot of these economic analyses, especially with flood risk assessments developed by FEMA, used largely pretty globally. So what I wanted to do kind of in just like the closing minutes of our presentation, we're not going to go through every single scenario, but what we did want to look at was, let's look at two scenarios, today and 2050 for both of these study areas, and really dive in on like what is the actual physical and financial impacts based on this assessment. So up on your screen, you can see for our Darrell Creek study area, a 2050 extreme tide with 10-year rainfall versus the 2025 extreme tide with 10-year rainfall. And really what you can see is those areas, especially north of Commonwealth Road, those much lower lying marshfront properties really becoming more and more at risk of tidal-driven flooding, compound flooding as the years progress. This isn't going to be an instant transition from left to right, but it is going to be a slow creep in over time where a lot of these properties and some of these lower lying neighborhoods are going to become more and more at risk. And really what we can see is in the 2025 dollars, that estimated economic loss almost doubling for the same scenario over the next 25 years. Now, if we compare that with Haverhill Point, where a lot of the area is built up on a bluff, I don't think I need to explain that every single time we have a king tide come in, a lot of the businesses at Shim Creek start to have a lot of issues getting patrons in, flooding coming over a lot of the docks and a lot of the boardwalks. And really what we saw is that the extent of flooding, because Haddrell Point is built up on that bluff, we didn't really see a large increase in the overall extent of flooding, though the overall depths along Haddrell Street really did start to increase with sea level rise and increased rainfall, leading to that increase in the estimated economic loss. Though the overall extent is a lot more reduced in scale than what we see in some of the older neighborhoods, more marshfront adjacent properties that are up along the Wando. And so really what our next steps are is we're going to be finalizing our technical report, just our very, very long engineering document showing all of our methodologies and tons of pages of mapping and appendices, just to show the results of all of these analyses and scenarios. But really what we wanted to look at next is just kind of have this open discussion with the town of, all right, we've done these 2 pilot studies. Now what? You know, do we want to look at different areas across the town? Do we want to just look at the entire town as a whole? Do we look at these individual watersheds? We really wanted to open that up to both Kevin and the rest of the town as far as what are those next steps are concerned, and how does the town want to potentially continue to study or identify some of these high risk areas.
Wow. Pretty fascinating. And I had heard y'all were doing this. I couldn't wait to see it. I'm fascinated by it, but it's also very eye-opening.
Yes.
So rather than just elaborate on my fascination with y'all's ability to do all this, which I could do, what can we do now, Eric, Kevin, to progress our thinking in this? Because obviously knowing this, as leaders of the town, we can't just sit back and say, wow, what a neat report. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars of economic impact. And I'm sure some of those businesses and homes are probably already seeing increased insurance premiums already. I was traveling out of state not long ago to even another part of the country, and somebody said, I tell you who doesn't care about political discussions about climate change, that's the insurance industry. And watch what they do, and that'll tell you, because however they feel about it, they have to make money, they have to protect their profits. And when those rates start going up, you can bet that things are getting serious, right?
Yes.
So I would be interested to know what our citizens in those areas are seeing in terms of insurance premiums as well, because I mean, this is a fascinating study that shows where we're going to be. You know, several things. We're going to have roads that are closed. We're going to have times that people can't access or leave their properties. And we as a municipality have to be ready to deal with all of that.
Exactly.
Okay. So what can we do for next steps?
Well, Mr. Mayor, it's not only fascinating, it's very sensitive issues for our people that live in these particular areas. So, you know, we didn't approach this in a very aggressive manner for that reason. I know Olive Palm, Sullivan's Island, that's their town-wide issue, and that's their town-wide concern. We have more of a targeted, you know, areas around. I think we have probably a dozen or so areas that will be affected. So it's not really a kind of a town-wide focus-oriented approach. This is more of a targeted area. We'll be happy to, you know, branch out and look at a couple more areas, or if you would like to see, maybe I think would be very cool would be that connection between Boone Hall and Shim Creek. You know, that comes in that little low-lying area down through there. But we didn't want to take it too much farther until we got first in front of you guys, that you can see what we're doing, the direction we're headed in. We can obviously have, you know, some public meetings and show these particular people, you know, what's really going on, or we can address this in any kind of different direction that you'd like to have. So it's kind of open.
Sure, Mr. Chapman.
Mayor, first of all, this is really good information as we get into hurricane season. FEMA has maps that are similar to these that show what areas are going to flood based on the significance of the storm. So we're looking at exactly the kind of thing that's important for the public's safety in the event we have a Category 3, 4, or 5 storm, number one. Number two, I happen to be on bids and purchases. And at bids and purchases today, we issued, we didn't issue it, but we selected going ahead with a contract for drainage improvements on Commonwealth Road. And looking at these videos, Commonwealth Road not only is going to be flooded around, but on top of in the future. So it's going to be an important tool as we develop projects to help with drainage. And having met with some of the neighborhood presidents in this area, I wish I had this to show them what happens in their area and what will be happening in their area. So I'm all for going forward, and maybe let Kevin give us 2 or 3 more locations
Right.
To study, not do the whole thing, but 2 or 3 more to study just like these, so that we can, as storms come up, we know this area is going to flood. We know this area is going to flood the homes there. And we need to tell people emphatically to get out, because there are problems that you won't be able to get out of.
Right. Can y'all put your heads together and model this for or take a look at what you think might be the next most, I'll use the term vulnerable, areas for this type of flooding, and we get a good look at that. I mean, eventually I think we need all of them. I don't know about cost and timing and all that, but let's go to the next areas and see what that is. And I guess all this is public, right, Mr. Pagliarini? All this is a public document now. It's been presented. I guess for that matter, it will be available either through our minutes or on our website, at least this part, right? I mean, the town paid for this study. Yes. Okay. So these 2 areas at least have access to it right now. I do like the idea of public hearings on all of this around town. I think we've passed the point in my 10 years as an elected official of this town of trying to get people's attention. I think we've got everybody's attention. We didn't do it, but the circumstances everybody's paying attention to now. I want our citizens to know what their town is doing about it and what information we've gathered for them. That would be great. And we stand ready to help in any way we can. Okay, thank you. And thank y'all. Great work. I love what y'all are doing. I look forward to working with y'all on this more.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Anything else before we are finished with them? Thank y'all again.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, that was item number 5. Item number 6, if there's nothing further before this committee, we will stand adjourned. And we're 6 minutes behind. Did you see this? I did. Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. You could be taking someone else's property by filling wetlands, you know? Yeah. Right. Right. Exactly. I got to run a quick errand, and I will be right back. Okay. You don't want to do it? Okay. All right. On which topic? The flood protections? Okay, great. Can we do it real quick? I've got to run a quick errand and then get back before my 12:30. You want to do it in the lobby?
Hey, how are you? Right here? Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Move my stuff over here.
The $64,000 question is where's the money coming from?
Yeah, no, I mean, we had lots of nonprofits where. All right. We will get our June 30th Finance Committee meeting started. First up is the call to order, which has been done. Second is approval of minutes from the June 2nd, 2025 meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay. All those in favor of approval of the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. Number 3 on the agenda is public comments. If there's anybody here from the public that would like to make a comment, please come forward. Come on up. Give your name and address, and you have 2.5 minutes.
Freddie Jenkins, 435 Hattie Street, Mount Pleasant. I am in a dilemma with the Lone Point Schoolhouse, and I've talked to several people, to see how we can get this dilemma resolved. Back last year, we lost $150,000 for appropriation through the State House to renovate this 1904 schoolhouse. So we got our paperwork together, and so this will come back the next year, was this year right here. And so we put in to get the appropriations, and subsequently no appropriations this year. The 1904 schoolhouse is in dire need of some renovation. The whole thing needs to be renovated, but storm season is coming, and we are trying to dry in this building, and we need your help. We are asking the town of Mount Pleasant for $150,000, well, $100,000 to help us purchase material, and we're gonna have some free labors if we get the money from the town. We don't want to let the school go any longer because we got some leaks in the school right now, and we have put in a brand new foundation, repaired all the rotten lumber that was inside of the schoolhouse, and right now we need your help really, really bad, so that we can renovate this schoolhouse. And if you do it, we will be so appreciative. It's in Mount Pleasant, so this will be another area where people can, when they come to Mount Pleasant, another tourist place, and it's going to be a working school. It's going to be the Long Point Culture Educational Center. So this is where education began for the settlement communities, and we need your help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to make a public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay. With that, public comment is closed, and we will move on to item number 4, discussion and possible action regarding a request from Snowden Schoolhouse Association for emergency funds for weatherization. Which one of you guys want to give a quick overview of
sure.
the item?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to speak to it. I think you heard very well the situation from Mr. Jenkins. In support or to facilitate this request that's in front of you, we did send out a staff team to perform an analysis. Mr. Jenkins did mention that the schoolhouse is in need of considerable repairs. Our staff team noticed that there were several leaks in the roof area. That naturally, while there may be other critical aspects of the structure, weatherizing the structure, particularly this time of year with hurricane season, made us focus on the roof, which had several leaks. And so, don't know which way you want to go with this request. If you weren't inclined to move forward with it, it's certainly your prerogative. If you were looking for a way to do something, perhaps focusing on roof repairs, I would suggest if you wanted to go in that direction, a direct allocation of funds is better, in my opinion, than just buying materials and dropping it off there. I'm not sure, as I sit here, what type of requirements the county may have on historic structures. I'm not familiar with that, but that lends itself towards a direct donation if that's how you would like to help. That's what I would say.
Okay. Any members of the committee? Oh, Mr. Santos?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we do help the Snowden Schoolhouse Association as described just recently to us. I think it's very important. I know I've been over the years ago and have tried to help some as well, but I think it's very important that we remember this part of history for the town. So anyhow, I think it's very important that we do assist them. Eric, I'll defer really to y'all how y'all want to do it and all, but I think it's important that we do assist them and get the schoolhouse, back to where it used to be.
Second. Okay. Just to clarify, the motion would be to do what Mr. Demora had described, which would be to allocate $10,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's 10,000. Was that the motion?
I thought,
I think they were asking for considerably more than that.
yeah.
Correct.
How much was it? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You were provided the letter, and Mr. Jenkins did mention there was a $150,000 request to the state of South Carolina that wasn't funded, and so I believe the request from the association was somewhere north of $100,000. My comments were, and that particular amount of money certainly isn't budgeted, and if you were looking to provide more emergency stabilization type funding, given the season, that's where the $10,000 number contribution came to be for the roof. To stabilize the leaks, remove the leak situation, drying in, protecting the rest of the structure.
Yeah, and so my thoughts would be, so we have a process for nonprofits to apply. If you remember, we did it last month or the month before. Mr. Moore, what was the total amount that we funded all nonprofits with that received an allocation of funds?
Yes, sir. It was slightly north of $100,000.
And that was for a number of nonprofits and a number of nonprofits who received no funds as well.
That's correct.
And so I would be happy to support the motion if the motion is in fact an emergency $10,000 allocation to shore up the roof just to get them through, and then any further funds would need to go through, in my opinion, need to go through the proper application process like all of our nonprofits do. So, does anybody else have thoughts or comments?
Yes, that makes some sense. I was wondering if Mr. Jenkins, could you come up for a second? I've heard a lot about the Long Point Schoolhouse and the role that it played in our town, in our area's history, and that a lot of particularly older folks in our community went to school at that schoolhouse. But I was wondering if you could just take a minute or two and explain the historical significance of the schoolhouse and how you envision it being used as a educational or cultural center moving forward.
The Long Point School is where in all of the communities they had a school during the Jim Crow law, and so this school was directed and erected by some of the people in the community so that the African Americans can get some education. And if you go inside the school and look at the timber and stuff in there, it's beautiful. And by getting education, I have an aunt and she's 97 years old, and she went to that school. My mother went to that school, and my aunt has got a master's degree, and quite a few people are still living in the community that went to the school and has got some education. What we are planning on doing with the structure itself, we want to make it a culture educational center. We would like to move forward with the future, but we still have to talk about the past and transatlantic trade and all those types of things. We want to present a curriculum. It's not just for the African Americans, but for everyone. And this is what we're planning on doing. And we want to do after school programs, daycare, these type things. If we ever get the school up and running, I think that Mount Pleasant, if we do this, I think this will be really, really good for Mount Pleasant. I really do. This is the only school in the state of South Carolina that's still, existing. When I spoke to Mr. Moore, I told him, I said, hurricane season is coming, and if another Hugo comes, this school is not going to survive. The timbers disarray, the siding needs to come off, and we need to structurally put siding on there, moisture barriers and these type things and fix the roof. I'm not worried about the inside, but structurally on the outside and the roof needs to be repaired so we can I don't want to see that school demolished by a hurricane. That's what I'm grasping at straws now and asking who could to give us a hand with this school. 10,000 is not enough. Well,
Yes, I was going to ask you sort of, what it would take to get it to the point where you're shoring up the leaks and kind of staving off any kind of short-term impact to the school.
Yeah, Mr. Ed Lee, he's the architect, and I'll let him explain that to you, if that's all right.
Yes, that'd be great, Mr. Lee. If you want to let us know what you think it would take to shore up this building on a short-term basis.
My name is Ed Lee. I live at 158 6th Avenue, Scanlonville, and I'm involved with the school by the nonprofit. We put together a cost estimate of what it would take, and I normally do that. I do it for the county and did it for the federal government. To get it structurally, it's a little leaning just a little bit from all the years. It has a metal roof. You're going to be somewhere near the $75,000 mark to get it, the siding, get it shored up, get the roof done properly, get it dried in all the way. The critical part is the roof. So just getting the roof done would be a big help. But to get it completely weathered in, you'd be somewhere right around $75,000. And
Okay.
that's the only, school I know in Mount Pleasant. Of all the communities, all the settlement communities had one. I mean, Scandalville had one, 4 Mile had one, everybody had one. But this is the only survivor.
Yeah, it'd be a shame for the one remaining structure not to make it. I'm wondering, have you guys, is there a way that maybe the county would also chip in some funding and we're kind of splitting the bill? Has that been something you've looked at?
Yeah, Mr. Jenkins said, he's already put in a request for the county. And there was a request at the state level too, but with the state cut their
Yeah,
we got it approved, and then they cut everything.
We lost money in that process also,
Yeah,
so I'm very familiar
that
with
would have
it.
said us, helped out a great deal.
Yeah, I'm just trying to picture if there's some way that we could put up some money and some other governmental or nonprofits could match it, or to kind of get them a little bit closer to what they need to stabilize the structure. So those are just kind of my thoughts. It seems like that, from what we're hearing, the 10,000, may not get them very far down the road. So I guess that's just my thoughts.
I'll be willing to change my motion to 75,000 from the 150,000 that I originally said, if that will help out get them started to be able to do this. It's very important. It's a lot of history there, and I think we ought to be able to help them out. I've been down to that school, and it's just amazing to be able to walk in there and see what's going on. And, I think it's important that we keep the history here, and if we can do that, I'm willing to do it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to enter your debate on whether this is a proper expenditure or not, but we have an approved budget that begins July 1st. And so the type of expenditure you're discussing is going to require a budget amendment. That means you have to open up the budget process again and reduce something else in order to fund $75,000. And that was where, not that the 75 isn't worthy, it's just that we're closing out a new fiscal year to begin another one, and we were trying to do something to support the schoolhouse. That's where you want to proceed, that's fine, but we're going to have to open up the budget process for next year to get to this number.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a great thing to help this school. I happened to see it right after it was moved and shorn up a little bit, and there is some really beautiful workmanship and materials inside. But Mr. Brownstein, you know as well as I do how much we put into budget and the difficulties we had with other nonprofit groups. I think it's reasonable that we help get the roof fixed, and if $10,000 will get the roof fixed, I would hope other governmental entities like the county follow suit. And I would encourage you to go to the county and ask them on your behalf what they can do. And maybe there will be an improvement. Today is June 30th. Our new budget that we passed starts tomorrow. I think it'd be pretty difficult to start a budget process all over again today. I'm willing to stay all day if you want to do that. But I don't think that's reasonable. I don't think that's reasonable. But going to the county and ask them, that's a good idea. Good idea. That's my thoughts. And I think this school is worth saving. And there's a lot of work that's already been done by the community to fix it up and to move it, which is wonderful for the community and for the town.
Just to clarify, Mr. Santos, can you please clarify your motion? I think you said to amend it, but I don't know if you amended your second.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we stand.
I'd be happy to. I mean, based on what we just heard from Mr. Demora, then I'd be happy just to bring it down to 10,000 instead of the 150,000 that was originally asked.
Okay, so the motion is to approve a $10,000 allocation that will go towards the emergency roof repairs at the schoolhouse.
Second.
Okay. Does anybody have any further questions on this?
No, but I think in the future, maybe with next year's budget, we can help do better.
Yep.
As part of the applications for ATAX money.
And Mr. Demora, would this allocation of 10,000 would this need to be approved by full council, or is that that a low enough to where committee approves?
Full council.
Full council.
Yes.
So it will go. So it's a recommendation for full council to approve it next Tuesday. Okay.
Yeah, and just to I guess add on, I hope that we can look for potentially down the road some other ways that we could help support this project, and I'll certainly bring it up in my conversations with county council members as well. But it may make sense, like you said, to look at it through the ATAC lens, or potentially next year during our nonprofit allocations.
Okay. If there's not any more discussion, okay, we will call for the question. All those in favor of the motion to approve the $10,000 allocation, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously, and that's to recommend approval to full council. Okay. All right. We will move on to item number 5, discussion regarding an ordinance to amend Chapter 154 that deals with impact fees and eminent domain. Who is taking this one? I believe we had approved a first reading,
that is
and
Mr.
then we deferred it.
Pagliarini.
Yep.
I think we deferred it based on what they could get.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. It was first reading and then deferred for discussion. As I understand it, related to how the ordinance may assist some parties or a party who is requesting assistance at this time. One of the things committee might consider is, as the ordinance is drafted, it's limited to the town of Mount Pleasant, our corporate limits. If committee and council wish, one way to step in and assist would be to expand the area to our planning area. Because as you know, our planning area covers limits that are in the county, but inside of our planning area, legal would not suggest anything broader than that.
Does anybody have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, so just to kind of orient us, I believe this came up in the context of the Tapio Dance School, which had a facility on Wando Park Drive that's taken as part of the eminent domain for the new ramp for truck traffic onto 526. It came to light that the facility that they're moving out of, it's not within the town limits. It's unincorporated Charleston County. And so this ordinance as written would not provide any sort of relief to Tapio for their new facility that they're opening within the town limits. And so the question before us, I think, is whether we want to provide some relief to this business that's been operating here for a long time and people might think is in the town of Mount Pleasant, but it's actually not, or whether they should pay the full level of impact fees, which I think from the previous committee meeting was somewhere in the neighborhood of 180. Yeah, which is a lot.
Mr. Packer, I do have another question in clarification of this ordinance. So, did Tapio own their previous building that they were in?
I do not. I apologize. I do not have specifics as to the ownership. When I wrote it, it was not geared towards any
anybody.
one business
Well,
or
in
anything.
general, okay, so as this ordinance is currently written and had passed first reading, if a business is renting in a building owned by somebody else that experiences eminent domain, and then they're going to buy and develop their own building to move to, would they receive the credit or not because they didn't actually own the building?
The way it is drafted is if they would be subject to impact fees.
So they could be the renter or the...
Yes, sir.
It could
If
be
they
either
were
or.
subject, it could be either or, and under the limited circumstance, if they are the sole reason that they must relocate is due to acquisition by a government authority, that they would be that these fees would be waived. And the way it was written is that would only apply if the existing business were in town corporate limits. And as we've come to learn, at least one party, the party that brought this to the town's attention, is the county, I think in the county, and would be moving into the town corporate limits, but are inside our planning area. So same general area. And a designated cure would be to expand the appropriate zone to our planning area as opposed to our corporate limits.
But that also means that a business, whether it be that one or one that was not within the town limits, hasn't been paying business license fees for years to the town of Mount Pleasant, or...
That's correct, sir.
Huh.
Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
thoughts? Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Mr. Paganini, don't leave. You're as, I guess, familiar with federal requirements for a taking by eminent domain for a business or a residence or any property that they take for a federal project. And there are expenses, including businesses, and the amount of business lost, and things like that are paid.
Yes, sir.
This is a taking for a federal project whereby the landowner's getting paid and the businesses are required to get paid. And they're not only required to get paid for the property, but the amount of business loss that they encounter. And so, in this particular case, maybe we need to see what has happened or what will happen through the real estate individuals from DOT or others that are being used by DOT for this project. And until we get that kind of information, maybe we need to hold off on this ordinance, and so we can get it better written.
Yes, sir. And yes, sir, you raise excellent points that are legal concerns. Landowners are due just compensation, as you pointed out, and those are owners, not tenants, as Mr. Rambo, and maybe not business losses, but under federal relocation requirements, there are reestablishment costs. Right. Those are capped, so it's not a dollar for dollar. There is a cap on reestablishment, but every project, it depends on how it's funded, and it is truly not. I mean, I guess we could put provisions in there to say that if an owner or a tenant has provided reestablishment fees, they would be exempt, at least to the extent that those establishment fees were paid over to the town of Mount Pleasant as a credit. You get into all sorts of permutations. On the other hand, this is such a limited circumstance. Right. The likelihood of this happening over and over, but you very well could imagine one significant project could affect multiple properties in the future. But again, we don't anticipate this happening often. Right. But you raised excellent points that were considered and should be considered by council.
Does anybody else have any thoughts or would like to make any motions?
Well, I think it's coming back to us for second reading next week, right?
Unless this committee decides that you want to take further action, but yes, sir, it'll be on the agenda unless otherwise directed by this committee.
Yeah, it's one of those issues that I think on its surface seems simple, but then when you start kind of peeling away at it, there's a lot more to it. And so, yeah, I'm wondering if maybe we're not ready to take that final vote next week. It would be, I think, enlightening for us to understand better in this particular situation what has financially transpired in terms of the Tapio Dance Studio. I think it's tough because the business has been operating for many years, and so it's not really creating new traffic. But also, if they've been operating in an unincorporated area, they haven't necessarily been paying taxes or business licenses to the town. And so, have they compensated the town for their impact to our facilities and our infrastructure in the past, or have they not? And similarly, have they been compensated fairly for this move, or have they not?
I think I recommend that there was discussion this morning about impact fees and the like. And as this committee is aware, the town works with a lot of people. I don't know, and I can't say if there's a specific circumstance they would fit in, but perhaps it's worthy of considering potential changes that the town may make to impact fees, to consider these situations as part of that process. That may be an easier way to do it, but otherwise this is ready, prepared to move forward next week if necessary.
I see what you're saying, Mr. Brownstein, but I feel like for this ordinance, while that particular instance made it come to light, it on its surface as it's written right now and could apply to anybody in the future, I feel like it's very fair. I guess the question for us to answer is, even outside of that particular business, is it fair to also have this be available to the unincorporated businesses, essentially? And I think we just need to answer that question. and I have different thoughts on it. My first thought is probably no, but I don't know. I'll have between now and Tuesday to figure that out.
Well, I think,
but either way, I think we need to, whether it gets amended to allow that at final reading or not. I do feel like almost all of council I think it passed unanimously the first
Yes, sir.
vote. So on its surface, what's there currently, I don't want to delay that.
yeah, I think the one thing that complicates it is, I think what Mr. Pagliarini indicated is, whether these businesses are being fully compensated for those new impact fees that they're going to pay. And
Yeah,
so I don't know.
So you're saying, should we even have this at all if they are getting compensated?
Correct. Yeah. Or I guess I'd like to understand a little bit more about whether they are compensated for these types of expenses or whether it's capped to a certain level. And depending on the answers to that may impact what we want the language of that final ordinance to be.
Yes, sir. And those are project specific as it relates to funding. There are federal relocation requirements that are usually, almost in all circumstances, Mr. Chapman, as you alluded to, and again, those are capped. But if it's a general provision that essentially says, unless offset by relocation, then perhaps we can write that in if that is council's concern. And I can, in the interim, in the next few days, prepare some language for y'all to consider if you'd like to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine with me if they can be ready for
put
Tuesday.
That in the form of a motion to recommend that.
Yeah, so I guess I will make a motion to recommend that we consider some language for this ordinance related to, trying to think of how to phrase it, whether they've been compensated for these types of fees.
Right. Recovery of relocation that might be applied towards impact fees.
Perfect, what he said.
As stated by legal counsel.
Yes.
Second.
Okay. So we'll recommend that change as part of the final ordinance. Does anybody have any other further discussion on this? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. With that, we move to item 6, which is to adjourn. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
I never like to be between people in lunch. That's not a good place to be. 15 minutes. You don't need to be here for that, but I mean, when they said that, I was like,
except for the best IT in all the state of South Carolina. Right there.
Are you one of those things? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
bow tie and all.
buddy. Gregory Peck, he's got nothing for you. It's true. He's got a little girl that listens to him. But other than that. No, always better to be ahead.
Just get them to come from the tower.
Yes, I know.
That's actually more than
Hey, how did you?
Yeah, stop him. He was upstairs something, and he was in the full form.
I do that with Sorcerer. I kind of look like a straw.
Those things I gave you.
I am so looking forward to that.
He's old school. He does things. He does.
Let's go. Listen.
He's heard me.
What's your brand?
Whatever it's from today. So that
My daddy. My daddy was good. Right. Oh my God.
So now you're a fan. They support you there.
Red man. My dad was but every single day. My first experience with shooting back was took off about 10. And then about 10 seconds, I was dancing in the dirt.
Yep. They really hit you that hard.
Oh my God.
Really?
Oh my God. I was in lyrics in my mouth, picked up right in my head. Man. It was like a billion degrees there. So the world started well, all the way around.
We've done the drain. We love the drain. Get a cheeseburger and fries and a beer. They just opened that last year. I haven't gone there yet. We go to Pure and Profit.
Pure and Profit was outstanding.
We need to go try it on.
Yesterday, look,
love Hillman. That place is by the river there, and it's huge. Yeah. Yeah. I love it. There's a brewery that I ain't gonna find there.
You been to one?
Is it? Yeah, Hillman's the only one I've been to at all. Okay. You wanted to start brewing. There's hundreds.
Well, you'll get it.
Gonna happen next year. You can tell they want to be in like this. You can tell. And they've got 3 coffee shops within one street. Any place that feels like they can support 3 coffee shops, they know something we can.
You know what big news is?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So when you start getting really big shops like that,
Something's happening. Gentrification is coming.
gentrification is coming.
What about that Blackberry Cafe with chili dogs and stuff on the
I've
front?
never put my head in
It
there.
looks interesting.
And then there's a big island.
Something like that. We went over there to go down to the greenhouse. They got a huge greenhouse. Timber. So we're trying to pick the trees and we drove through there. I said, "How is this? 2 streets, basically 3 streets, and then there's counted 6, 7 restaurants. You're gonna be coming through there? Because there were people walking all around that one street. Hillman's kind of dangerous. You see where back in Hillman, river, all those houses away, now they built them up on stilts.
They were building those houses prior to the flood. I don't think it had a thing up except
Oh, you do? I thought there used to be one. Well, where are they? There's Mike.
Let's see, where am I?
I have to look at the name tags and see. Just you and Howard, because Ms. Whitley's not here. Mr. Chapman should be here. Ms. Whitley's gone, so we know she won't be here. Paging Mr. Chapman.
He's upstairs,
Is
isn't
he
he?
coming?
He's coming.
Did finance approve money for the school, for the long-term school?
10,000.
Good.
They said come back for essentially the mid-year admissions tax guy. And I wasn't here for the impact fee at economic development. Anything happened there?
Yeah, I was listening to it offline. I didn't understand what the motion was.
Okay.
It was in general. There we go. All righty. Let me call to order the Police, Judicial, and Legal Committee meeting for this Monday, June 30th. I want to say what I said before. The Flood Resilience Committee, we got 4th of July coming up. Hopefully it will be a safe weekend. There will be people shooting fireworks because they are not illegal, and there's a reason for that, state law. But I hope everyone will be safe, and I want to thank our fine police and fire and public services and maybe recreation too that will be out working for the 4th of July. It's always a big day in Mount Pleasant. Item number 2 on our agenda is approval of the minutes.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the minutes are approved. And by the way, I just want to comment, Mrs. Whitley had to be out of town today with her family, so she is not here. Item 3 is public comments. If you'd like to make a public comment, please come forward, name, address, and 2.5 minutes. Mr. Demora will let you know when your time is up.
Good afternoon, Daniel Brownstein, 1391 Downsbury Drive. Here to comment on item 6B related to the e-bikes. Just wanted to fill you in a little bit with what the school district is planning to do relating to e-bikes, specifically at the middle schools. We were going to have an education committee meeting today, but it's a very popular week for principals to be using their vacation time, so nobody was able to attend. But in my discussions with Mr. Giles at Moultrie Middle School, Mount Pleasant middle schools are going to start requiring students who are taking e-bikes to school to register those with the school district, kind of similar to what students who drive to school have to do with their car. So they're going to be doing a great deal of educational outreach. The kids who want to take their e-bikes to school will have to bring them to the school, have them inspected to make sure they're not really a moped in e-bike clothing, and to make sure that the students understand what the rules of the road are, how they're supposed to behave while they're on an e-bike, where to park them at the school. So I think that will be somewhat helpful to us as a town as we're looking to regulate these types of vehicles, to provide some of that education on the front end and make that a requirement for the students taking the e-bikes to school. Just want to note real quick, I think the enhanced enforcement by our police department is great, and I think it has helped to some degree. And then also just wanted to provide my perspective as a parent. I think if you're operating an e-bike at a reasonable speed, it's okay for you to be on a sidewalk or a bike path. I think that's probably preferable to having them on Mathis Ferry or Rifle Range Road. So hopefully whatever is y'all come up with kind of balances that safety aspect, and hopefully we can kind of curb some of this dangerous activity that we've been witnessing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Pam Ireland, 820 Fiddler's Point Lane. 3 council members and I recently met with Jim Elliott, the director of the Birds of Prey Center, and their staff. We all learned more about the use of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, rat poison, which is a growing crisis here. These poisons cause a slow death to rodents that eat the bait. While dying, they become lethargic for days, making easier prey for animals who feed on them: hawks, eagles, osprey, owls, and other wildlife like foxes, and even domestic animals like dogs and cats. Escar's poisoning is slow and painful for the secondarily poisoned animals, who die from uncontrollable internal bleeding over several days. The center is discovering escars that are in our birds of prey at a truly alarming rate. Of 24 birds that the center recently had tested, escars were present in 19 of them. That's 80%. Once poisoned, it is exceedingly rare for an animal to survive. It's a serious crisis for our wildlife. We suggest that the town employ a 2-track process. First is a legislative initiative remaining with this committee. The idea would be to coordinate with Jim Elliott to form a working group with an interested state legislator, experts in the pest control industry, and other key stakeholders. The aim would be to pass legislation that allows municipalities to regulate or ban SCARs. Of course, changing state law can be a slow process if it happens at all. Therefore, we suggest a second track should be assigned by council to the Green Commission to create a public education and pledge program with help from the town's communications staff. Kiowa has an excellent model that we can mirror. A link within our town's website would lead to educational material about SCARs and their effects, with anti-SCARs pledges for willing residents, businesses, and pest control companies to sign. The Green Commission would employ public outreach opportunities to educate the public and change behavior. The aim is to replace SCARs with preventive and deterrent alternatives wherever we can, and as a last resort, to use other chemicals that are less harmful to the wildlife that eat rodents. The bird of prey educator is happy to give a short presentation on SCARs wherever you all deem most appropriate, at a council meeting, at a Green Commission meeting, or some other forum. We just let him know where and when, and he'll be there. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is David Quick. I live at 1502 Village Square right here in Mount Pleasant, and I am a chairman of the Green Commission, and glad to report to you that we fully endorse your efforts to look into rat poisons and the impact on our birds of prey, which are around to control our rodents in part. We endorse not only the educational aspect, but efforts to work with our legislature to allow our municipalities in the state of South Carolina to exercise their home rule rights to ban and control substances that we deem dangerous to our community. And I say that rat poisons are among those substances. So we really like to see the legislative part, and are more than willing to help out in any sort of educational program that the town sends our way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Good morning, members of council. I'm Ben Brazil, Senior Director of Market Development for Lumos Fiber. I reside at 108 Cabot Bay Drive in Chapin, South Carolina. I've worked in the telecom broadband industry for 25 years, always in South Carolina at Bell South, Charter Spectrum, and most recently as the Director of the Internet and Cable Association in Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to give a little background about Lumos before your discussion on the agenda. Earlier this month, this committee asked for more information on our company, and I provided a 2-page letter to each member of this committee as well as the entire council. I brought our VP of Engineering, who's going to make a couple of comments. He's here from Texas to talk about the packet that's in front of you, explain some of those slides. Lumos Fiber provides fiber optics to homes and businesses across South Carolina and 10 other Southeast states. Mainly, our aim is to provide to homes who do not have access to fiber optics today, but also to provide a competitive option to this market, which generally only has 1 or 2 broadband providers, if that. While some neighborhoods in Mount Pleasant have access to fiber, there are still significant areas of the town without it. Why does that matter? A fiber connection to the internet is enabling today's economy. It's technology for economic and civic benefits. Fiber can reach up to 80 times faster than a copper connection that dominates the market today, with an important additional benefit. Fiber is symmetrical, so only glass can go both ways, upload and download, a two-way highway, if you will, for remote learning, work from home, those types of applications. Also, we more desperately need competition. When it comes to the broadband service, there is a need for more competition. For decades, consumers have literally suffered from 1 or 2 providers, so there's been no competitive price pressure. Now, T-Mobile has just invested in our company as a joint owner. T-Mobile has a rich history of bringing very, very competitive products and aggressive marketing to a community. That is going to put a lot of pressure, even in those markets that already have fiber. Rest assured, we have developed great communication with your town staff for over 6 months. We've been talking to them to understand your regulations and procedures. As we move forward, we operate under their authority in the process of the town engineering and permitting departments once the basic franchise is in place. So in closing, thank you for the opportunity. We're here if you have any questions on the agenda, and I'll ask my colleague Ronnie Poston to come up and say a few words.
Good afternoon. I'm Ronnie Poston, Vice President of Construction and Engineering for Lumos. I cover
Where is that located? We need to address.
Oh, I'm sorry. I live in Oakwood, Texas.
Okay.
But I have multiple states, and South Carolina being one of them. Been over the build up in Lexington, Richland, Spartanburg, and Greenville. So I thank you for your time today. Looking forward to working with you guys in the city, as well as we've already been engaged with the permit folks and DOT in this area to get the construction started. We anticipate about 2 million feet of mostly underground fiber that we'll be putting in throughout Mount Pleasant. That's the overall map that you'll see on page 5 of the handout that we gave you. Our initial plan is to start in the Candlewood and the Cooper's Landing subdivisions. We have those maps highlighted there in the packet for you as well. As we get ready to go into those areas, we will certainly do a 30-day notification where we go out and we yard dart, let the communities know we're coming in. We also do pre-construction meetings where we invite not only town leadership, but we invite locators and all other departments to come out and talk with us and make sure that everybody understands where we're going and what we're doing. We follow that up with 2 weeks prior door hangers for all the residents, has a QR code on there. They can get directly in touch with my team, who's here with me today as well, and we can answer whatever questions they have about the construction process as we get ready to go through it. We provide those daily updates. So I thank you. We look forward to certainly working with you guys and getting Mount Pleasant built and done and quick. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? If not, public comment will be closed. We will move to item number 4 on our agenda, Police Matters, Years of Service.
Good afternoon, Mayor, committee members. Today we have an opportunity to recognize, it's nice to be with you. Today we have an opportunity to recognize Lieutenant Smetana and Sergeant Coleman for their remarkable 20 years of service and dedication for our community. We'll begin with Lieutenant Smetana. If you guys want to turn and face them.
Hey.
I know the crowd's important too, but you know. Throughout his career, Lieutenant Smetana has exemplified the highest standards of law enforcement professionalism and leadership. Lieutenant Smetana's journey has taken him through a diverse array of assignments, including traffic, criminal investigations, harbor patrol, and patrol. In his current role as Special Operations Lieutenant, he oversees the SRO unit, the K9 unit, bike unit, and the animal control unit, ensuring these specialized teams operate at the highest level of excellence. His outstanding leadership was recognized when he was named Supervisor of the Year in 2022. Lieutenant Smetana's dedication to interagency cooperation and tactical excellence was further highlighted by his recognition by the FBI for his pivotal role in the CSAR exercise alongside the FBI's Hostage Rescue Team and Tactical Helicopter Unit. Beyond his operational duties, Lieutenant Smetana has been a steadfast supporter of community engagement. He has played an integral role in events such as Scale, Walk Like Mad, Toys for Tots, Special Olympics, and many more, strengthening the bond between law enforcement and the citizens we serve. Lieutenant Smetana's 2 decades of service is a testament to his unwavering dedication, integrity, and positive impact, both on his colleagues and more broadly on the community. We're grateful for his leadership, his example, and continued commitment every day to making a difference. Congratulations on 20 years of service, Matt. So I've got your pen and I'll get a picture in just a second. Sergeant Coleman is also being recognized for 20 years of service. He has served with distinction in traffic, harbor patrol, and patrol, consistently demonstrating professionalism and dedication and a strong commitment to public safety. Currently serving as a sergeant for both the traffic unit and the harbor unit, Sergeant Cullen leads by example, guiding his team with integrity and expertise. His leadership was formally recognized when he was named Supervisor of the Quarter in 2024, a testament to his exceptional management and commitment to excellence. Sergeant Cullen played a vital role in his public safety initiatives, most notably through his involvement through the National Boating Under the Influence Awareness and the enforcement campaign Operation Dry Water. His efforts have contributed to safer waterways and heightened awareness about the dangers of impaired boating. For 2 decades, Sergeant Cullen has made a lasting impact through his dedication, leadership, and service, both with his colleagues and the community. We're thankful for his unwavering commitment and congratulate him on a very well-deserved 20-year milestone.
Outstanding. Do you need everybody to come around for the picture, Noah? You need everybody to come around for the picture?
And the money they get.
That's right.
There you go. Yeah, one. Good.
Yep, appreciate it. Thank you.
On behalf of the committee and council, thank you all very much. We certainly appreciate your service. Is that it for the employee years of service? You got another one, all right. That's right. We're doing a recreation one here.
Yeah, we are. Thank you very much for giving us a minute to honor this employee. Before I allow Nicole Harvey to speak a little bit about Tracy, I want everybody here to know that not only she does a tremendous amount of work, but she is one of the driving forces in why we have the best farmers market in the state of South Carolina. Right. So I want everybody to know how much work she puts into that. But Nicole Harvey, our division chief, is going to say a few words about Tracy.
I promise I'll be quick. I wrote something, so I won't take long. Through incredible growth, economic downturns, creative thinking in a pandemic, power failures, ice wars, vendor drama, venue and route changes, and so much more, Tracy's dedication to getting people out, having fun, creating memories, and laughing away their worries never wavers. I rely on Tracy as my right arm and official sounding board. Her ideas and proactive thinking have always made our events better, more efficient, safer, and more fun. I don't think there's a department or division at the town who hasn't called on her with a variety of requests, and she is always more than happy to help no matter how busy we may be. Through the good, the bad, and everything in between, I am beyond grateful for her support and everything we've built together over the last 15 years. Thank you. Congratulations on your 15 years of service with the town of Mount Pleasant. And me.
And anything you ever want to know about a farmer's market, she is the walking encyclopedia on that. Thank you all very much. All right, this moves us to item 5, judicial matters. There are no agenda items. 6 is legal matters. Continued discussion regarding a ban on second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, or SGARs. And I guess, Mr. Pagliarini, would you like to take it from here?
Yes, sir.
And let me just say, this is the second month we have brought this up. We learned that there are certain state laws that supersede our laws. We're looking for ways to cut down on what you heard in the comments of especially our birds of prey ending up dying from the poison that was put into the rodents. And I think that's very sad and very avoidable. There are some things we did learn last month. For instance, you cannot buy this retail, if I'm right, Mr. Pagliarini. The average citizen cannot go buy this, but they can employ someone who is licensed to distribute it, and this might be where the key is for us. So I'll just quit talking and turn it over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Members of the committee, on the screen before you is just some general information that we covered last month. For those who may not recollect or were not here, this is heavily regulated by our state. In fact, they have what we deem legally preempted the field, meaning municipalities cannot change that legislation or regulate over the state. I've put that up on the screen for you as well, and that is Title 46 of our code. And the regulations, Mayor, you have summarized them appropriately. And as of January 1, 2025, the state restricted use pesticide for a period of no less than 1 year, and licensed dealers can only sell to certified pesticide applicators. So those are the restrictions. There is a proposed bill and allowing local governments to adopt an ordinance restricting the use of any pesticide product. And it was referred to the Senate Committee on Agricultural and Natural Resources on January 21st, but no further action was taken. Again, we're not sure what's going to happen in the upcoming months and years. So that is the state of the law. And we have, per Ms. Whitley's request, surveyed other jurisdictions in the state of South Carolina. And those who are taking action are taking actions similar to what was discussed by some of the members of the public, and that is educational campaigns, restricting use by in their own departments, as well as petitioning the state for support of the proposed bill. So that is the general summary, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. I guess the first question I would have is the list public of those licensed pesticide companies that can use that? So can we get any idea of how many people are actually providing those to their customers?
Through Department of the LLR's site, that can be determined, Mayor. I don't know if there is a collective list, meaning I think for that you'd have to plug in the name in order to get a result, meaning you can't just get a request.
Okay.
But it would, if I am correct about that, at the very least, we could likely FOIA that information. So it is public information,
Okay.
but I don't think we can pull it up in a matter of moments.
What about our own business license information just for general exterminators?
Yes, sir. We'd be able to have that information made available.
All right. That wouldn't tell us which ones are licensed or not
No, sir.
for the use of these.
That's
See,
correct.
I don't know enough about the industry, and I don't know if anybody does. Maybe we can find this out. If you're in the pesticide business, do you automatically go get that certification? Is it rare? Is it few and far between? I don't even know how widespread this use is.
Yes, sir. Again, not an expert here, and you are correct. We would have to do a survey of the number of licenses or permits issued, which we could do. And if that is in support of an educational campaign, this committee could direct staff to undertake those measures, and we can publish such a list.
You read my mind.
Yes,
I
sir.
was just wondering what, under the law, we're able to use business license information for. We don't want to be out of line, nor do we want to,
Right.
we don't want to be unreasonable. But if we can approach them because they are licensed and that's legal, that might be a good. Yes, sir, Mr. Chapman.
Mr. Chairman, have we asked the county whether or not they use this in their spraying all over the county?
We noted no restrictions or programs that the county had in place related to these. So what I can tell you is there's no policy restriction.
So the county spraying with their equipment has no restriction to use this SGAR.
Correct, sir.
To spray.
Correct.
That's something I think we could certainly request, Mayor, to get that information, number one, and second, see what else they might be able to use if they are using it.
I'm taking notes.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Yes, sir. Please.
are you aware of in Bill 246 who the sponsors were of that bill?
Sir, I don't have that information right now as sponsors, but I'll provide that to the committee.
So an appropriate course of action might be to support the proposed Senate Bill 246 from council.
Yes, sir.
And it seems to be that this is divided into a couple different parts. One is an education and advocacy part, and another part is a legal part. Therefore, perhaps we should have taken it in two different parts.
Right.
And so the one part I'd like to move that that we send to council consideration to support and advocate for a proposed bill, Senate Bill 246.
There's a motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, motion carries.
Seems like the second part, and I'm just going to anecdotally talk about a lunch I had recently at a local cafe, and we were talking about this right after going to the Birds of Prey. And what was interesting at the Birds of Prey is, and it's going to amplify what I'm getting ready to say, one of the PhDs, a scientist up there, has graphed out all the places that use the boxes. And let's be clear what these are. They're boxes, that the black box. So if you see it, it's got these anticoagulants in it. So she's mapped them all over town. And what's stunning to her is when she's gone to those people, they're totally unaware that these are anticoagulants and they will kill birds, pets, cats, dogs, Black Panther, owls, etc. And when they're told that, they're amazed by that, and they say, let me see if I can find another way. So an extension of this is the education piece. So I totally support the idea of going to the Green Commission. And so at first, can I make a motion first and then elucidate thereafter?
Or, yes, go ahead and make the motion.
So I'd like to make a motion that we do move this discussion to the Green Commission, who's well situated to do this. And I do think that having seen Jim Anthony with the Birds of Prey, having him be involved with the a working.
Let's get a second on.
May I have a second?
Second on the motion. All right, we're in discussion. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
You have the floor.
I think it's important to get a working group together, because what's also great about this, just like with the Tree Commission, he wants to bring in the companies that actually do this work.
Right.
And so in the case of like Kiowa, where people have voluntarily signed pledges, these very companies are more than willing to provide alternatives if asked, but they just don't know to ask. So what we're going to find is a lot of the people that we commonly use for our pest control have various options. And so it's just a matter of identifying that and letting them know. So when I had this lunch the other day, we were talking about that, and the lady who'd been running this cafe on Coleman Boulevard forever, she said, "Oh my goodness, I had no idea. I know there's solutions. I'm immediately going to go take out those boxes." So I think that education campaign is really a critical one to let people know. The other one is within the town, and in the Green Commission, we have low impact residential and low impact commercial guidelines. And so this could be one of the key to adding those into our low impact commercial guidelines. Engineering's heading up that today, and I think it could just be one of the little check boxes that could be part of that. Are you not using anticoagulants? So anyhow, I totally support those two, and thank you for that. And do we need to take a vote?
We need to take a vote. All in favor of the motion to have the Green Commission look at establishing an educational campaign on this, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. So we also, we don't need a motion on this. If we can see, have staff look up, or maybe it's legal, what the state does publish about who is licensed to do that, that would be a great help. But I get your point. They probably don't make it public unless you're searching individually. But
we can work with the Green Commission.
Okay.
I think it best to just provide all of this information to them, and if okay with this committee, they can report to this committee.
All right.
Regarding action, or however you'd like to.
And then some business license info for people in the pesticide business within the town of Mount Pleasant.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One lesson.
Sure.
And I think the last one, a good lesson learned at Kiowa, because of it really being a native habitat there. is the idea of the Green Commission of pledges. Pledges on the part of both the companies that work there and the people. It's all voluntary.
Mm-hmm.
It's all voluntary. You don't have to do it. But if you do it, you're helping protect that environment that you invested so heavily in your time, effort, and money. So I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
Very good.
All right. That should conclude item 6A. Item 6B brings us back to e-bikes and motorbikes. And I would ask I guess we'll start with legal, but I do want to get the chief to tell us a little bit. I know you sent us a memo this morning, and you have been increasing your efforts in that, which is greatly appreciated. Mr. Pagliarini, if you want to take it from here.
Yes, sir. Unless you'd like me to go through the long history of e-bikes again, but I'll start backwards. Proposed ordinance for council coming out of this committee is what is on the screen, and that are strike-throughs, and you will see the removal of the 17 and under of that exemption, or from the sidewalk, children the age of 17 and under, and any adults accompanying children the age of 7 and under may ride an e-bike on any sidewalk. So sidewalk is the first removal, and you'll see the other strike-throughs as far as operations on sidewalks. And D, no person shall ride or operate an e-bike on any sidewalk or shared use path in the town in excess of 10 miles an hour. So those were proposed to be removed. And then under the penalty phase, any person 18 years of age or older, you see the 18 years of age or older strike through. That came from a combination of discussion with the police department and our prosecutor, who felt from our court that it was very difficult to enforce this without being able to prosecute under the age of 18. Mayor, as you pointed out last month, however, though, there is state code in effect, and that if these e-bikes are effectively a moped, which many of them are due to the speed, there is a method under state law which they can be prosecuted.
Right.
But again, our police department and our prosecutor feel that this would assist in the ability to prosecute removing this section that is on the screen. So those are the general two amendments that were proposed and brought to council and then referred back to this committee.
Okay. So quick question. Back to the idea of registration. We know that an e-bike itself is the small thing with pedals, and it has less than 750 watts engine, and it does less than 20 miles per hour, right?
Yes, sir.
Anything above that is a moped.
Yes, sir.
And it's not all of those, but it's above in any one of those. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's
okay.
How. Again, these laws were written well before the e-bike
exact
consideration, so it's not an exact match. But
right.
Your point is generally correct.
Okay. So I've been thinking about this for the last month and watching what was going on. And the other day, I was on Bessemer in Park West, and a person on what I'm sure is billed as an e-bike, the legal kind, was on the sidewalk. And I have it like everybody. I have my digital speedometer there. I was doing 30, and this person passed me. This teenager passed me on the sidewalk. I was in a line of traffic. We were doing 30 and went right past the line on the sidewalk. So I'm coming back to, if you had to register, and maybe, as Councilman Brownstein mentioned, the school district will take care of this for us. If you had to register and certify this is an e-bike, less than 750 and does less than 20 miles per hour, anything else that's out there, when our police see it, it's a moped, and it's got to have lights. You got to have a helmet. What are the other things, Chief? You got to have turn signals and a registration, right? So instead of registering everything, if only the ones that are true e-bikes, which are not really the problem here, not that those aren't safety issues, but those are not the ones passing cars, because they won't do more than 20. I have no idea the number that we're talking about that are true e-bikes. But if they were registered and they had a little sticker on there, that's a legal one. That's not the problem. Anything else is a moped and should have all the things that mopeds should have. So, Chief, I'm thinking out loud, but tell me why that wouldn't work, I guess. And is there anybody here that was on staff back in the days when Mount Pleasant had bicycle registrations? Anybody?
No, sir. I mean, I remember
There we go. Okay.
that ordinance was out there, and it was just one of those ordinances that sort of lived on, but it was hadn't been enforced for decades. I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir, Chief.
I can't sit here and say that it won't work. I do think there will be some challenges, and the challenge will be educating the public that if they buy one of these bicycles in Mount Pleasant, they're required to register it. And then the mechanism of it, registering the stickers, I'm assuming that would fall to the police department to do that, to facilitate that, to track it, and then any cost associated with doing that type of registration for e-bikes.
Right.
So,
Chief, are mopeds by state law? I thought I was reading in the state law that they have to have stickers on them that say what they are, and there's a penalty. It's against the law to take the stickers off.
That's
Is that correct? So that's going to help when Ryan Giles at Moultrie and working with the other middle schools can have a standard for looking for that. So they have that. And then as far as so then they have to be 18 years or older to be able to operate it.
Moped?
For 750 and above, they have to have, for mopeds, they have to be 18, is that correct?
I believe it's 15, 16.
Is it 16?
16.
Okay. Okay, 16 or above. Okay. So you'll be able to have it both by state law, and it should also have it from the manufacturer on their bikes if it's 750 or above.
That it should, but they don't.
What's happened when is there anything in the law about how many people can ride on these?
If it's right on, our ordinance, no person shall operate a moped carrying more persons at one time than the number for which it is designed and equipped. So unless there is a 7 or 3 person moped, I don't.
Well, it's common to have 2 or 3. Yeah. Like at 11:30 last night when one came through the neighborhood with 2 on it. So that's easy enough. So if you see 2 or 3, against the law.
Right. When we see these individuals, we're stopping them without helmets, 2 on a bike. We're stopping them and educating them when appropriate, taking enforcement action.
Well, is this a perfect time with school out to go to not only the middle schools, but the other schools and with the Board of Education to see if some type of across-the-board educational process could be done?
I'd be very happy to work with the school district from an education standpoint, particularly prior to kids returning to school for the end of the summer.
Great.
I think that would be the natural and least burdensome way to do it. Would love to find out if the school district is going to, if you've got one that is not legally an e-bike, it's a moped under state law, are they going to let you register that and ride it to school because they're not in the state law enforcement business? They just want to know what you're driving, right?
Right. There are students that ride motorcycles to school.
Right.
At the high school level.
Right. And they're not allowed to do that, right?
I don't know that they're allowed to ride motorcycles to school.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is if they go to the school, if the school district's going to be registering them anyway, if they say, we need to see what this is it legally an e-bike, less than 20 miles per hour, 750 or less? Or if it's a moped, they say, where's your operator's license and where are all the accoutrements that a moped has to have under state law? That would be a huge help if they're going to be registering them anyway.
Yep.
Okay. Can that be part of our educational campaign?
Absolutely.
Okay. You see where I'm going with that? All right. Do you need, you probably don't, authorization from us to work with the school district? I mean, you work with them on everything anyway.
Nope. The SROs will definitely be involved in that.
Right.
So we'll start working with the school district on that.
That would be super. That'd be outstanding. Otherwise, is there anything in state law? You know, they're not in session until January, but people start pre-filing bills in the fall. I know that Representative Bustos is on top of this, and he has committed his support to getting whatever changes, you know, that work through our system and all that we think we need. But I don't want us to forget getting some state help on this, because it's just, and I know I saw from your report, the number of accidents and the number of stops is not that many, but the potential, as you mentioned last month, is getting very serious.
Yes, and from a state law standpoint, I think it would be helpful to clarify the definition of e-bike. They have a definition of non-two-wheel tandem, the scooters that you ride, but they don't have a very clear definition of e-bike. When you start looking at those, they need to clarify the definition of e-bike and more clearly define motorcycle, and then any requirements or punishments for them.
Okay. Anything else on this?
Mr. Pagarini, we took out the 10 mile an hour on the sidewalks, correct?
Well, that's yes, sir, and that's because the proposed amendment was no sidewalks at all. So those are the two amendments, as I mentioned. So we are looking for direction if council wants to address this next Tuesday or not, and then if so, are there any proposed amendments to the existing ordinance?
I don't think, from talking to council members, there's overwhelming sentiment to not allow them on the sidewalk. I think when this goes to council next week, we need to just sort of weigh in that we're not sure what that answer is exactly, but we can't have these. I mean, again, we were thinking when we put that on there about the sidewalks that it would be a real e-bike, right? That didn't do more than 20 miles per hour or have a larger engine. And what we're seeing are things that are clearly not e-bikes, they're mopeds. So we're not trying to keep I don't think, as somebody that was part of this when it was passed, I don't think we're trying to keep the true e-bikes off the sidewalk. We're trying to keep the ones that are mopeds off the sidewalk mostly.
Yes, sir. And this, I mean, the way it's written before the strikeouts, that's obviously what it does.
Right.
And so for purposes, if council is going to address this, if the direction is to remove these strike-throughs that you're seeing on the screen, we can do that. And then the second question is the penalty. What should we do with that? Okay. And we have not had first reading yet, so we can, this committee can bring this to council, however, with whatever changes you wish.
So my thought on that, we had 10 miles an hour, but in consultation with Charleston Moods and Katie Zimmerman, who's done a lot of work in comparative, she felt that 15 mile an hour was appropriate. And the reason given last time was because bicycles can sometimes go over that amount. And if there's an accident, then there can be an issue and they may be liable. So she felt that 15 was a good number, 15 mile an hour for that area.
Well, since they can't make amendments at first reading, we don't want it to fail. So we might ought to massage A1 right there.
Right. Yes, sir. What I'm understanding is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Part D will change from, if there's a motion to do so, will change from 10 to 15 miles per hour, if that is the request. And we'll remove these strike-throughs on 1 through 4, and those would be left in the ordinance, if that is the wish of this committee.
Okay. I think so, to get it to pass first reading, and then that gives us another month to, you know, maybe we make some clarifications in A1 and some of these other things. But I don't want full council to think that we just don't want to allow anybody, however legal they are in age, size, you know, all that stuff, to ride on the sidewalk. That's
Right.
not our intent.
Yes, sir.
Our intent is to rein in the types that are the offenders on that, and that is what is legally under the state of moped.
Right. So the motion, sir, would be to keep items 73.34A 1 through 4, those exemptions, as is currently legislated, and to provide an amendment to D, subsection D, to change 10 miles per hour to 15 miles per hour.
So moved.
All right, we have a
Second.
motion and a second to do it. Did the clerk get that? Did you get that, Nancy? Okay, great. All right, any discussion on those? All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right,
And then-
motion carries.
And then,
so
Mayor, the second part is
Yes.
we can leave this part as is, the 18 years of age or older restriction, or we can remove that as well, whatever council or this committee wishes.
And as I understand it, our police needed us to strike the 18 because they need to be able, if they choose, to prosecute young.
This is requested by our police department as well as our prosecutor.
Got it. Okay. So do you need a motion on that?
No, sir, I can leave this as is.
Just
This
leave
was
that.
already approved by committee last month.
Yes. Okay. All right. Any other? Are we good?
Yes, sir.
All right. So that'll be on first reading. All right. Section C, continued discussion of Lumos Fiber franchise agreement. I think we've all had a chance to look this over. I read all the information I was given. I find it very interesting about the fiber, and I think the competition will be good, and it'll be good for our residents. Just a technical question to our attorney. This is the standard franchise agreement with all the things tested, tried, and true for the town that you would recommend.
Yes, sir. The agreement conforms with state law set forward by the South Carolina Telecommunications Act, meets all the requirements, and Lumos, as would any provider, is still subject to town build, development, and all other regulations and laws. They're not exempt from those, with the exception of that the franchise fee is limited to $1,000. That is by state law, and there are limitations on business license fees as well.
Okay.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
All right. And would that include this goes for first reading to town council next week?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So the motion is
No.
also to
Recommend to
Thank you.
town council.
all right. Motion is to recommend. You second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 7 is to adjourn. If there's no further business for this committee, we stand adjourned. Meeting, and then let's drive all the way to Clemson. Having supper with Tom Mulliken up in Clemson tonight. It's the start of SC7, so I won't be at the ribbon cutting.
They're all come filtering in.
Well, good. How are you? Nice to see you. All good?
We've seen each other and said the same thing.
Let me call to order the Transportation Committee for this Monday, June 30th. Thank you all for being here. Item number 2 is approval of the minutes, please.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the minutes are approved. Item 3 is public comment. If you would like to make a public comment, please come forward, name and address, and 2.5 minutes, please. And please pay attention to Mr. DeMora when he tells you your time is up. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is John Kratz. My address is 333 Bennett Street. I have some illustrations. Should I bring them up? Or?
To the clerk, please.
I printed one for each of you. The first, I'm here to address you regarding a parking problem at the corner of Pitt and Morrison, although I think my comments will apply to other areas in the old village equally well. The first thing I have for you is Mount Pleasant's parking regulations regarding how close you can park to a corner. And basically what it says is 25 feet. If you're wondering, the state rules regarding corners are with a stop sign are 30 feet. The second page has a picture of a car which is well within that 25 feet, but not as close as is frequently parked on both sides during the day. It's a busy area with lots of parking. The reason this is in the next page shows you a car parked on the curb very near this corner. You can't see it in my black and white photo. That curb is red, and whoever's driving that car obviously doesn't understand what that means. And as opposed to other places in the city, the red is only on the side of the curb, not on the top of the curb, which is more obvious and helpful. The next picture is in the same area is a picture of an area in front of a driveway that is protected with some yellow markings, which I think is much better and more helpful than just the red curb. The next picture is an even more obvious information. So why is this important? Because when cars park up next to the outgoing street on both sides, it creates a tunnel, especially on a one-lane road like Morrison. And that's dangerous because you cannot see until you're all the way out into incoming traffic because you're blocked because of cars. That's exactly why I think this law exists. It's there to make these intersections safe so that you don't get run over pulling out. So I'm here to ask that we improve. You know, what I don't want is to give a lot of people tickets because that doesn't.
Your time's up. Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Travis Corson, and my address is 3850 Bessemer Road. I'm here speaking on behalf of two organizations today, the Smart Growth 41 Committee and the Park West Community. I wanted to thank the council for, the Transportation Committee rather, for their leadership in taking up this resolution posing the Laurel Hill Parkway. Many of you are aware of the concerns that both my community, Park West, has, but also the broader Mount Pleasant community has through the Smart Growth 41 Committee. We've had several thousand actions taken. We have several thousand members that participate in this initiative. And I know many of them have reached out to you in advance of this hearing to express their support for this resolution that will be considered. So I just wanted to thank you for your support on that. One thing that I would recommend and bring to your attention is that the county has already started the process of right-of-way acquisitions, despite the fact that they don't have permits in hand. This is the same mistake they made for the 526 project that they had to unwind, and our residents are now getting faced with that as well. So as the committee and the council takes up this resolution today and considers, I would recommend looking at ways that the town may have to allocate resources to ensure that these right-of-way acquisitions are challenged in the way that they need to be in order to prevent this Laurel Hill Parkway portion, which will cause significant environmental destruction for our communities and for the surrounding communities take up. So thank you again for your leadership on this. And on behalf of all of the Smart Growth 41 members, I encourage you to vote for the resolution. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. Jim Positive with 3053 Caspian Court. And again, appreciate y'all's time and efforts. Just like to add my voice to the opposition of the Laurel Hill Parkway as part of the Highway 41 improvements. I am perfectly fine with the rest of the improvements that are going on Highway 41 or been proposed for Highway 41. But Laurel Hill Parkway seems to be very problematic for all the reasons that have been previously stated. So I wanted to add my voice to that. And again, I thank you all.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Habersham. I'm the president of the Phillips Community Association. I live at 2938 Bennett Charles Road. My community is in favor of the Highway 41 compromise. And what it does is, a lot of people don't understand, the original road ran through Laurel Hill, not through the Phillips community. That's what Gravely Favored Road went through, and it went around the community, which the bypass is following that pass. So a road through Laurel Hill is not something unique. This is something that was there before, and in the 40s, when they built 41, my community didn't have a say-so in 41. Didn't have a say-so leg to stand on. So, and the other part is that the county say that if you don't build that bypass, the whole system is not going to work. You're not going to take some of the traffic out of Phillip. You're not giving Dunes West, Park West, their traffic. They're not getting no new traffic. They're not getting, the throughway traffic. We're still getting all that, but they'll get their traffic. And the environmental impact of this thing, nobody complained about when they built Dunes West and Park West. All that was wooded area, even Rivertown. All that was wooded area that where the animal ran at. Now is a big thing about environment, and you're then destroying Mount Pleasant, that whole corridor. And doing a bypass is nothing new. Look at the Highway 17 bypass. When I grew up, all the traffic went through Coleman Boulevard or Master Ferry Road to get to the bridge. When they built the new bridge, that's when the town and the county built the bypass to take the traffic out of Mount Pleasant. And this bypass is going to do the same thing for us, to take some of that traffic out of Phillip. Not putting the traffic into Dunes West and Park West, it's just giving them their traffic. Thank you.
Next, please.
John Acafano, 388 Overseer Place, speaking as a citizen today. Appreciate that you all brought this on the agenda today. I think it's important that we preserve as much space as we can in the town of Mount Pleasant. I would like to actually sit down and talk to that gentleman. Thank you for your comments. I think it's really important that we understand the impact that this is going to have on the residents and how much green space is left in the town of Mount Pleasant. I believe that the council is doing a wonderful job to continue to preserve as much space as possible. And I think that it's time that maybe all of us sit at the table one last time and see the effects that are going to actually happen by cutting through Laurel Hill Park and what could be done to not take any more land or space from the residents of Mount Pleasant. So appreciate y'all taking this up. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Jans. I'm here in two capacities, one with Historic Charleston Foundation and two as a resident of Mount Pleasant at 930 Tall Pine Road. I just want to say that this compromise that was reached came after a lot of public engagement and a long process, and that at this point in time, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done before that's unraveled. I don't want to see green space disappear, but I think the reality is that when the road within the Park West community was considered for widening, the compromise was that they didn't want it to come through their neighborhood, so the park was the compromise. And now the alternative is that it goes through a historically Black community, which I think we need to stop making that the pathway through which we build new roads and accommodate new development. So I just want to support my friend Mr. Habersham and his comments and echo that the Phillips community is a very valuable and historic community worth protecting. And I also just wanted to say that this compromise that is currently on the table came as a result of 150 public meetings, more than 6,475 comments, and involvement from more than 130 stakeholders. And that's from the project website. So, you know, a lot of work and thought has gone into this, and I just want everyone to have the facts. Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank y'all for the opportunity. My name is Robbie Maynard. I work with the Southern Environmental Law Center based on East Bay Street in Charleston. I'm an advocate and not an attorney, so always like to emphasize that. We stand with Mr. Habersham and the Phillips community as well and support the compromise alternative that was reached. That does include the Laurel Hill Parkway. I think it's been stated there. This has been a discussion for many years now, and this recent iteration, I think, for 5 years or so since the alternatives were explored. So we understand that with any road project there are some environmental impacts, and so we understand and wish there were ways to avoid all of them. But you really are striking a balance with this project of historic communities, wetlands, parks, and so we believe that this is the equitable and biggest compromise that we can reach, and that stakeholders have been supportive of that. And now is not the time to sort of revisit this without sufficient data and traffic analyses. So thank y'all for taking comment and for considering them.
Next, please.
Hello, my name is Tori Sanders. I'm here on behalf of the Coastal Conservation League at 131 Spring Street. I wanted to echo the comments from Mr. Charleston Foundation, Mr. Habersham, and the Southern Environmental Law Center as well. We would like the compromise to be honored, understanding that, as the previous couple comments have said, that this was a result of years of work, time, negotiation, and we would just like to see that honored. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good evening. I'm Fred Smalls. I live at 2959 Elijah Smalls Road. That's in the Phillips community. I recently attended one of Mount Pleasant Town Council's commission meeting for the comprehensive plan. One slide stated that the town was trying to find ways to assist the African American communities by preserving their heritage, their culture, and their way of life. And I said, that's a good thing. But the very next slide struck me as total contradiction. The next slide talked about areas that needed to be improved. And the first thing on that list was Highway 41 corridor. And it stated what needed to be done with the Highway 41 corridor was it needed more shops and more restaurants. But when it came to Laurel Hill, it said reduce the traffic. And already there's no traffic there. But on Highway 41, we're saying to put more shops and more restaurants. We're talking about losing homes. Where are we planning to put these shops? In people's yard that are already there? Or is that planned for the people that live there not to be there? We need to look at this. Our community totally supports this comprehensive plan with the county. It took us years to get here. We've worked long and hard. It is a very viable and workable plan. Why we are now going backwards and trying to redo this, I do not understand. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, I'm Penny Altman. I live at 3085 Caspian Court. And I'd like to say that I want to thank you for taking up this resolution and am against the Laurel Park Highway. I come from California, so I know traffic. And I have to say there are things in California that we use, such as a zipper lane, which is very, 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 works both ways for traffic, uses not as many lanes. It really is a helpful thing that I don't see that we've even considered. And I just think it's premature that the town is trying to find people to buy out. And I just want to say that I think that we're moving a lot. There's a lot of complaints against it, and I think we're moving rapidly to step over those people. So thank you very much for considering your proposal.
Next, please.
Good day. My name is Myra Snipe Richardson. I live at 2755 Earl Johnson Lane in the Hamlin Beach community. I am the Hamlin Beach community president. I am with the Phillips community about protecting and preserving their heritage, their culture, and the way of life. This roadway will destroy this community. The compromise, no homes or businesses will be affected if it goes through Laurel Hill Parkway. If it comes through the Phillips community, residents will be forced out by eminent domain. The type of money that they will receive will not allow them to afford to live in Mount Pleasant ever again. There's no source to help them because they will receive low density residential price. And what will happen, just as the gentleman said before, now you created land that is open. Those lands will then return to commercial property so you can build those restaurants and businesses once those residents are forced to move out of that community. This compromise will help protect them. This compromise will give the other areas their traffic. I said it when we were dealing with Hurricane Hugo, when we were dealing with Hungry Neck Boulevard through the 4 Mile community. Why does progress always mean the death of a Black community? The Kamyas and the Binyas, in our Gullah Geechee term. The Kamyas all of a sudden got everything that they wanted, a closed community, safe environment, but the traffic. We've been building and said, let them come. How they get here, how they get to work, how they leave, we'll deal with it later. And it's always through our communities that we have to bear the burden of getting people to their homes when our homes are being destroyed. Our communities are being destroyed. We saw it in 4 Mile. Highway 17 divided my family property. Hungry Neck divided my family's property. We're in Charleston County, which they called us the donut holes, meaning nothing. But all of a sudden, we're everything when it comes down to traffic and putting the burden on our backs. Please support the compromise that was fought for years. Smart growth should have been smart growth before you build all those apartments and all those houses.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is David Quick. I live at 1502 Village Square, and I find this issue to be very, very difficult. At the public meeting, I think it was about a year ago, I had been asked by folks to come out and support building a road through one of our green space, and I just couldn't do it. I mean, I feel for the folks in Phillips. I feel for the folks in 4 Mile. I've been around and watched their communities divided up. But our green space, our parks, are not a right-of-way reservation for roads and for sports complexes, and I've seen it time and time again with our Rifle Range Road land, with this property. What are we going to do? Anytime we need a road or something, we're going to use our green space. Green space was meant to be there for green space. And the man who willed this land did not will this land to have a road go through this natural space. He meant for it to be natural forever. And a road does not just affect the immediate area. As anyone who picks up litter in this town, as I have, you know that the litter and the pollution goes and spreads out way beyond the roadway right of way. I am finding myself in a rare situation where I'm opposing environmental groups that I support with my money and my efforts, with the Black community that I love dearly and have supported in other issues. But this is a matter of protecting rare green space in Mount Pleasant. We are losing our green space. It's not meant for roads. It's not meant for sports complexes. It's not meant for anything other than natural green space to allow our town to breathe. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. David Spedden, 3429 Tumor Kiln Circle. On April 8th, I stood before the town council and asked them to take a vote rejecting Charleston County's proposal for the expansion of Highway 41. A lot of names to it, 7A, 7B, 7, the Road to Compromise. The Road to Compromise really only started about 2 years ago. And I believe they made a subjective and not an objective decision. Decisions like this are tough. And I really would like to see the decision criteria that they used to arrive here, because of the 3 votes they took on the expansion, the first 2 were for alternative 1, and then surprisingly the last one shifted to alternate 7. Alternate 7's been re-estimated. It's now going to be about $55 million more than alternate 1. And it also imposes long-term costs on Mount Pleasant for maintaining landscaping, infrastructure, and other things we didn't ask for, and we're going to have to take responsibility for and pay. Beyond the dollars and the data, alternate 7 will do irreversible damage to one of our town's most cherished areas, which is Laurel Hill Park. So today you have the resolution before you, brought to you by Council Members Brownstein and Icofano. Please go on the record to oppose alternate 7. It's just a bad decision for the entire community. We need our town council to be champions for Mount Pleasant, not passive observers. Well, I just hope that you make that unanimous decision. Lastly, I'd like to say thanks to the advocates for saving Laurel Hill, including Smart Growth 21, Travis Corson, Perry Rourke, and Kathy Townsend. We need to keep the spotlight on this. This entire conversation we're having right now probably should be held in Charleston County. And we need to take their problem that they've put in our lap and put it back in theirs and say, this is yours to solve. And let them come up with other ways to try and come up with a true compromise. So please say no to this one for now. Thank you.
Next, please. Public comment. No one else? All right, we're closing public comment in 3, please. Come forward, name and address, 2.5 minutes, please.
Well, my name is Anushka Kmenta. I live 3077 Caspian Court, but that's not my home. That's just a house. My home is in the park. And I am there every day. When we moved here, I was coming here to visit my grandchildren. So my grandchildren grow up there too. They learn to walk there. They learn to play there. They learn about the trees, about all the animals, and they learn how they can survive if something happens. So I am here to protect the park and all the animals and the tree that help us to live in peace. That's all. And I hope that other people realize how important the nature is. And we don't own anything here. The animals were here before us, so we should respect them. It's not that much left for them, so don't take the little piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment before it is closed? All right, seeing no one else, public comment is closed. This moves us to item 4, review and possible action regarding a proposed resolution opposing roadway construction through Laurel Hill Park. No, ma'am, I cannot take comments from the floor. No, ma'am. Public comment is closed. That is a long-standing regulation. Yes, sir, Ms. Chapman.
Mr. Mayor, as you've heard, there are two sides to this story. For over 8 years, this council has been wrestling with its most critical traffic problem. And it still hasn't been totally resolved. The issue of Laurel Hill is a thoughtful way to do that, but not necessarily the best way. This is not Plan 7 or 7A or whatever number you want to call it. It's a new number. We need to work with County Council to put in place parts of this project that solve problems in Mount Pleasant. One example is the exit from Dunes West Boulevard going across to Rivertown. 2 months ago, it was a big issue on this council that we had to correct that problem. This project does that. Recently, we've had improvements done to Highway 41 south of Laurel Hill. That has been an improvement, but it's not the only answer. I would like to suggest that instead of doing a resolution that's another no by this body, we do a resolution to work with County Council to take the $180 million or so that's been put aside for Mount Pleasant, not James Island, not West Ashley, not North Charleston, not Goose Creek or other parts of the county. And let's spend it to do the right thing in Mount Pleasant. I don't know what the answer is. I want to help the Phillips community. Some of the parts of this project do help the Phillips community with a turn lane going in. It also has sidewalks for bikes and people to walk from the different homes there. We need to work with County Council quickly. After 8 years, we haven't done that. We need to do it now. And to do that, it isn't just saying, no, we're not going through Laurel Hill, or no, we're not going through this section. We need to come up and use that money to help Mount Pleasant and the Mount Pleasant residents and to do something good for this community. And sending another negative notice to the county is not going to do that. So I would propose that the notice say, please work with us to do those things on this project that benefit everybody and move forward, not continue to say no.
Before we get started, let's couple of things. When I became mayor November of 17, so starting in 18, I started sitting in on the stakeholder meetings. Most of those were held at Mount Pleasant Waterworks. I think Mr. Morrison was there. One alternative was at 7B that involved Bessemer Road. Council took action. We voted to use the local consent provisions of state law to not allow that one to adjoin our infrastructure in Park West. And I'd like a little bit of a recap on that because one of the things is, and then in my time as this, maybe I missed a meeting or two over the last 6 years. I don't recall the Road to Compromise being at any of those stakeholder meetings. I wasn't a part of the Road to Compromise, but I was part of the vote that did not allow the road to this parkway to be Bessemer Road that would have come in at our traffic circle, if I'm remembering correctly, after 6 years. So can Mr. Morrison or Mr. Pagliarini tell me, did that vote that we took as a council in either 18 or 19 to disallow alternative 7B, 7.2, whatever it was, is that not still in effect? And then how would skirting this into county land get around that local consent? Would this be you, Mr. Pagliarini? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. You've summarized it correctly. Council authorized sending, this is a matter of public record, a letter to County Council. I believe it still has effect. Pardon my recollection, I believe it was based on South Carolina Code 575820, which requires local consent. And my opinion is that would still be valid.
So tell me, when we use local consent on something like that, if the same alternative is reached by another means, in other words, that involved using Bessemer Road and coming into Park West, right at the traffic circle, there where Bessemer is. Am I correct?
That's correct. It used the current line of Bessemer to the roundabout at Park West.
Okay. So the Laurel Hill Parkway goes through Laurel Hill Park and comes to the same roundabout, which is town property?
Slightly, it has to attach to Park West Boulevard, which is slightly north or east of the existing roundabout. Not at the same location.
Okay. So, Mr. Pagliarini, if this is a fair legal question, I know we're not laying out the two alternatives in front of you, but would that vote by this council be deemed legally to still apply?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would it apply to the Road to Compromise, or did it only apply to a alternative with a specific number attached to it, as you were referring to?
Any local consent required is my position. So, yes, it would
still apply.
Still apply.
So, in other words, we have already exercised local consent.
We have notified the county of a position. Council has notified the county of a position. To my knowledge, we have not been asked to consent at this point.
Okay. Because what I'm getting at as well is if the intent of this resolution is to stop a permit from the Corps of Engineers, we learned last year or the last time this came up that they do not are not allowed under federal law, correct me if I'm wrong, to consider petitions or resolutions in their permitting. They do take public input. We put it out, who they needed to email to and everything. So if we do a resolution thinking we're going to stop the permitting, that in itself is not going to be considered.
That is correct.
Okay. So that is correct. So I think we're at a nexus of what a negatively worded resolution would be meant to do to stop a permit, and a positively worded one, which would be one, we've already voted on we've already voted down local consent of coming in to Park West from Highway 41 with the spur. We already did that the one time. That was alternative 7, whatever. And that money is sitting there, and there are fixes that help the Phillips community. And by the way, nobody that I know of on this council says by not doing a road through Laurel Hill Park, we're advocating for 5 lanes through Phillips. I have never heard that from anyone. Nor are we endorsing alternative 1, which was the first one that was their preferred alternative. So these two are not mutually exclusive. So I'm trying to help us get to a resolution that expresses what we agree on and also cites what we have already said no to. Does that make sense?
Whatever we can do to send a positive resolution to Charleston County so that the funds to fix or do some part of the fixing for the worst traffic problem in our town don't go to James Island, Johns Island,
right,
City of Charleston, North Charleston, wherever. We need that money to be spent in Mount Pleasant in the way in which benefits the community and doesn't create issues for our residents.
Mr. Brownstein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate you putting this on the agenda today. So I think there's actually a couple of kind of different things going on. I know that the Army Corps, I guess, can't consider a resolution as a form of public input for their permit. My question is whether the Department of Environmental Services within South Carolina can consider such a resolution. I don't know if we know the answer to that, but my understanding is that the permitting required for this project requires both the Army Corps and the Department of Environmental Services to sign off on it. I take Mr. Chapman's point that we want to work with the county on a solution. I guess where I differ from his viewpoint is I do believe that we need to stand up and say, no, we don't agree with the Laurel Hill Parkway portion of it. I think that it appears to me as at least a layman, I'm not a traffic engineer, but that spur that comes off of 41 through Laurel Hill Park really doesn't take the traffic off of 41 very far from where it currently turns off, which is Joe Rouse and Bessemer Road. And so I guess I'm not understanding the wisdom of how that is going to help the overall traffic flow. I think that in all honesty, the county could eliminate that road through Laurel Hill and do what is planned, the 434. So it's 4 lanes off of 17, goes down to 2 lanes plus a center turn lane through the Phillips community, and then opens back up to 4 lanes closer to the Wando River. That would have exactly the same impact on the Phillips community as is currently planned. And so, you know, I kind of take issue with some of the comments that this is going to require a bunch of eminent domain that's going to take people's homes. I don't think that's the case if they do the 434. I think some of the folks who spoke cited rather aptly the cost of what the county is proposing. It appears that the cost of the Laurel Hill Parkway is tens of millions of dollars, if not $50 million. And so I think it's financially prudent to look for ways to reduce the cost to this overall project. Perhaps some of that could be put into mitigating the impacts to the other communities along the road, along 41. And so from my perspective, and I wasn't on council when that vote was taken, it must have been, considerable amount of time prior to this. And so I'd like to see council make clear that we remain opposed to an option that would go through Laurel Hill Park. So I think we do need to say no on that. But I take Mr. Chapman's point. We are all here in this together, and I think that we're all interested in seeking solutions together. But I do think that we need to take a stand for our residents. We're hearing loud and clear from them that they do not support this. I think if you look at the history of that land, it's clear that the person who owned it and who put it into a trust wanted it left in its natural state. He has actually a pretty interesting story. He was, I believe, the son of a business leader here in our community. He worked in the post office. He acquired that land over, I think, 5 different parcels. He raised cattle on it to pay the taxes. He was one of Charleston's first preservationists, serving on, oh gosh, I'm blanking on the name. It's before Historic Charleston, but one of the Charleston Preservation Society, I believe it was. He was the president of that and its first executive director. And so I think that his intentions with that land was made clear to leave it in its natural state. And I question how developing a road through that is going to give anyone the confidence to preserve land in that manner again if we turn around and 40 years later put a highway through it. So I'd like to see make a motion that we put together a resolution opposing the road through Laurel Hill Park and have it be directed at the Department of Environmental Services, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, even though they can't pay attention to it, and as well Charleston County Council.
Go back to the, okay, so it's opposing Laurel Hill Parkway. This is for Corps of Engineers, SCDES, and Charleston County Council.
That's correct.
Okay. May I ask you to, I guess
Sure.
we could do this all over, but we would like to cite council's previous action voting against the spur in almost the exact same thing.
Correct. Yeah, that's great. Just reiterating our previously voted on opinion.
Okay. And would this also include, from Mr. Chapman's point of view, that we work together on the parts that can work?
Yes, sir. As long as it makes clear we're opposed to the Laurel Hill portion.
Okay. All right. So there's a motion. Is there a second?
I would second it for discussion.
Okay. So we have a motion and we have a second. We are in discussion. And this would be to draft something that would come to council next Tuesday. Okay. Yes, sir. Mr. Tinky, you have the floor.
I'm new to the game too, so I'm learning a lot of this. So I have some questions for staff as well as the others. I'm adamantly opposed to anything that would further impact the settlement communities in any way, first and foremost. Second, I think there are alternatives that could be looked at as well. And if it sounds like to me, we already had a motion we passed it that would have precluded the road to go through Laurel Hill Park. Is that correct, Mr. Chapman?
I was here then. No, it was using Bessemer Road.
Oh, using Bessemer.
They've moved it over, I think, 150 feet or something from Bessemer. It kind of parallels the one that we've voted not to give local consent on.
Okay. And so nothing in what you've said before and have acted on before has expressly said don't go through Laurel Hill Park.
No, because it wasn't going through the park.
Okay. So there were previous opportunities and options before.
Yes. 13. They were 13, I believe, at one time.
Speaking of being more positive and working well with council, which I think is really important that we do, because we're a community that needs to work with them on water, transportation, green space, and all the others. I think it's incredibly important that we do things that keep moving us forward in a positive way. And so I think that even the language of what you would do, if you would consider it, would be more focused on the original, the Bessemer Road approach. and what we had acted on before, but explicitly being against going through Laurel Hill, I think is good if it hasn't been done before. But I think for me, green space is incredibly important, and I'm against the cumulative impacts on our wetlands, whether it's this particular area, whether it's the park on Rifle Range Road, whether it's Billy Swell's extension, whether it's other areas of the town. I think it's really important that we take care of those wetlands areas, because the cumulative effects, as we found at the meeting earlier at the Flood Resilience Committee, are incredibly important on our community. I think it's incredibly regrettable what's happened in the past in the settlement communities and going through those areas. So where we're discussing at Hamlin Plantation today, what we're discussing at 10 Mile today, are just as important. They may not be the same magnitude, but they're just as important, because if it's your backyard, it's your backyard. If it's your heritage, it's your family, and it goes back generations, it's just as important. And so that cumulative impact is really critical to us. So I would second it, but I would want to make sure that we're abundantly aware of those areas and taking care of those areas as well.
Okay. Any further discussion? Let me ask Mr. Pagliarini for just technically, we have a motion that has 3 or 4 aspects to it. Would you be drafting this resolution? And then again, resolutions really are not a first reading. It's not an ordinance. So a resolution can be amended when it is read at council, correct?
Correct, sir. We would draft it, send it to council, and we would invest. Obviously, there can be no changes via email or anything of that sort, but council could make changes at council.
Okay. Is everybody clear on that? Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion? All right. So we prepare to vote. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. So that will be on our agenda next Tuesday. All right. Item 5 is a review of requests for traffic improvement at Mathis Ferry Road and Anna Knapp Boulevard.
Yes, sir. So happy to discuss this with you in the committee. This is an existing CIP project that has not been funded through the past few years, and we've been asked to look at this intersection either from a traffic signal standpoint or roundabout, of which we and the DOT is required to do really at any location when investigating potential improvements. So I think the path forward, as staff has seen it, would be to, when school is back in session, to conduct a traffic signal warrant to see where it sits on the spectrum as far as being close to meeting that, and then again continue to work and discuss those findings with DOT.
Is there room for a roundabout?
That would have to be investigated.
We don't know if there's enough right of way, but I would think there is, simply because of the other right of ways on Mathis Ferry Road.
It's a lot of pavement out there. I do think on the north side it would probably require some right of way. That's just me laying in 90, 100-foot radius or something like that. It's really hard to stay off of it. But we can look at all of those things. The warrant study's easy. I mean, that's a 2-month effort as far as getting it done.
I think it's going to meet a signal warrant. So.
You know, I think that a lot of people avoid that intersection just because of that reason, and therefore the volumes are not there. But, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean no to the warrant.
So you're advising that be studied once school traffic is back into play, because you got Edwards there, you got.
Yes, sir. In general, we see about a 20% reduction, at least in the AM peak period when school is out of session. So these volumes that you see on here for the Anna Knapp approach of 6,200 vehicles per day and 14,000 vehicles per day on Mathis Ferry are DOT counts, historic counts on nearby count locations. And Anna Knapp is one that we conducted in 2023.
Okay.
And so those are indicative of school volumes, but again, anytime we do a traffic signal warrant, we like to have sort of the full effect of traffic on those roadways.
Okay. So we'll just do that then. Does that sound good to the committee? All right. Item 6 is update on ongoing projects. First being traffic management update.
Yes, sir. So, talking about the mobility action plan, there are a number of things to discuss on here. The town has recently applied last week for the Safe Streets and Roads for All 2025 grant. This is to capture some of those Tier 2 safety projects that came out of the 2023 Safety Action Plan. And this is focused specifically on the Whipple Road corridor, including intersection improvements, bike and pedestrian mobility improvements, as well as some access management concepts or landscape medians. So we have submitted that. It should take about 6 months to review. So we hope to hear back on that by the end of the year. We're still working through the current SS4A agreement from 2023 and are hopeful that that will be executed here in the next month or so. Additionally, we have confirmed receipt of almost $1.5 million from SCDOT and their Climate Reduction Policy Grant funds, or CRP grant. And then that goes to upgrade of traffic signal detection, adaptive technologies, as well as flashing yellow arrow upgrades. We have submitted our TST and CTC projects, which are under review. The US 17 and Oakland Market, Lexington Drive time of day study has been completed. Those changes have been implemented and follow-up data has been collected. We should have that process to do that again before and after study in time for, I would say in the next 30 days, we should have that information to show those improvements. And then speaking on the 41, the Rivertown Parkway and Dunes West, we have worked with the county and have signed an agreement to improve and install, very similar to the Joe Rouse intersection, our adaptive signal technology at that intersection to improve traffic flow in the interim while that project continues its process. We have the Mathis Ferry Road at Wingo Way intersection improvements, which we've received quotes for that change in existing lane usage for the Mathis Ferry approach. And we are hoping to begin implementing that within the next 60 days. And then, again, some other TST and CTC projects that are ongoing are National Drive right turn lane and the Long Point Road slip lane. We did, and it's not on here, but we did receive a summary report of a before and after for the 41 and Joe Rouse intersection to show the benefits of that continuous green T intersection installation, as well as the improvements on 41. And they really did resound what we had anticipated and studied initially, which was up to a 20% reduction in travel times during the AM period at the Joe Rouse intersection, and some pretty very good improvements at the 17 intersection. Of course, there's still challenges at both of those, but a good interim improvement on those locations. Happy to answer anything on those specifically until or move into our pavement management system.
Quick question. Were we putting those rapid flashers at Whiteside's school on Rifle Range? Somebody asked me about that the other day.
Yes, sir. So we have we've received a PO to purchase those and have placed that with the vendor. And so I think the anticipated delivery date on that is within the next 45 days, and we're seeking quotes for the installation of those. So it is our goal to have those installed at Rifle Range Road and Founders Way crossing before school begins in August. Yes, sir.
That's great. Glad to hear that. Appreciate
it.
Yes.
Yeah. On that RFP that the mayor mentioned, it'd be good to do something similar to what we did at Mathis Ferry once that's up and operational. And
we got a lot of requests.
Yes, we do. And I know that
I think it was the album cover shot that did it.
And in particular, there's one resident in the area, Noah Moore, who's done a lot to push that ball forward. So might be good to invite him once that's complete.
That'd be great.
Yes,
and then just had a question that stemmed from public comment. The gentleman talking about Pitt and Morrison with the parking situation. I'm not sure if there's something that we could look at with if that's a problem spot on a regular basis. If there's something we can do with the pavement markings to maybe make it clear that that's too close to park to the crossing.
Yes, sir. We can certainly investigate that.
Mr. Brownstein, it's that entire downtown area. needs it because it's heavily congested, and so there's always backups and issues there, and the police officers can't police that area because they don't have it effectively marked. So that's why it needs to be done.
Yeah, that it would make sense to look at that general area and see if we can make it a little more explicit about where you can and can't park.
Okay.
And then just real quick, question on the Billy Swales extension. Are we still on track to put that out to bid pretty soon?
We are, yes, sir. And after this, we have the normal project update, so I can dive deeper into those specific capital improvement programs. If there are no other questions, we'll go into item 6B, which is the 2025 pavement management systems roadways. I wanted to give you a brief overview of really how both the town and frankly the county and DOT look at basically ranking our roadways. So to start, we do have a pavement preservation program, which is funded through a capital maintenance program annually, and it historically, I'd say over the past 4 years or so, has been around the $2 million mark, anywhere between $1.5 and $2.5 million to fund those, and that includes both resurfacing efforts, patching efforts, and pavement markings. And what staff does is look at those resurfacing and ranking systems based off of what's known as a pavement quality index, or PQI. It is very simply a 0 to 100 score. That's shown here, but this next graphic I think is probably best. It's a little busy, but just wanted to break down the different types of treatments and the dollar values associated. As a roadway degrades, there are certain things that we can do to it that are cheaper, and as it gets older and begins to degrade faster, those cheaper options are no longer available or effective. So really between about a year 0 to year 1.5, 2, we can do some pavement preservation components that spends, in this instance, say $1. Once it gets past that point between levels 1 and 2 and is around the satisfactory, it's about a 14 times 14 increase to actually do some more pavement periodic maintenance, and those are thin overlays of asphalt. And then you get to what you see probably most often on the bigger roadways, which is a full mill and resurfacing effort, obviously a little bit more expensive. And then past that point, you get a full road degradation, which is essentially a full road reconstruction. So when the town staff goes through our PQI, which again is a van that we contract, or a company that we contract with, that usually rides the roadways every 7 years or so and utilizes radar technology to get a very granular view of how that roadway is at that time, as well as projected degradation based off of traffic volumes that it sees. We use that to prioritize those dollars that you, as a council, allocate towards the pavement preservation program. So there are certain roadways that may be newer, but are in that pavement or preservation maintenance realm, where if we did a cheaper improvement at this point, it would expand the life of that road significantly. And there, of course, are those that are towards the end of their life that need a full mill and resurfacing, which again is a much more expensive. So we do balance and look at how best to spend those dollars, and that's again just a brief overview of the program. And then I have listed here, at least for this 2025 pavement management package, a list of the neighborhoods that we intend to do a improvement in, whether this is preservation, maintenance, or a full mill and resurfacing. Now, this is not necessarily the entire neighborhoods, but there are roadways within these that are designated as part of that PQI index that we are looking to do. We do have also a list of pavement marking locations that are really driven by staff from riding the roadways and frequently seeing what is deteriorating and what needs to be redone, as well as new requests such as Pitt Street and Morrison. I will say that these pavement management funds go towards town roadways only. The county has their separate program, which at times does both state and town roadways, and then the state has their program, which does state roadways. So there's an intermingling of really 3 different concurrent programs, and we do coordinate on those efforts, not only for what we propose to do, but also, say, other roadway projects that may impact, should they choose to do a roadway that say we're going to be under construction soon. So again, a lot of benefit cost analysis that goes into the selection of these. And I will say, if you look back at sort of the breakdown of our roadway systems, we have no roadways currently that fall within the poor category. Everything at this point is fair or above. We have addressed all of those really roadways that are needed a lot more effort up to this point over the past years with this program. So I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have regarding this program.
I'd just like to say I'm glad that we upped the amount of money that we're spending on this program to cover more areas. I'm also grateful that the county took care of Long Point Road this past year. Major improvement. It's very smooth now. But do have a question. I know it's not a town road, but it's the one that I hear the most complaints about, and that's Rifle Range. And it's a state road. So I'm curious where we stand on the county or the state repaving it.
Yes, sir. So staff has done an inventory of Rifle Range Road to identify some of the worst spots that may need, whether it's edge dressing or there are larger potholes that need patching. And we have sent that to the DOT and continue to have those conversations about a larger investment in resurfacing similar to Long Point Road. And again, we just continue to have those conversations at this point. Unfortunately, it is not on their 3-year outlook to resurface that roadway. But we'll, again, continue to be the squeaky wheel.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's on to agenda item number 7, which is updates on ongoing projects. We have the Billy Swales Boulevard Phase 4B project. We have pretty much wrapped up all of our right-of-way certification. All of that is complete and as part of that larger MS4 approval package. Utilities certifications are complete. Mount Pleasant Waterworks is the last outstanding with that, and it really is just a function of when the project will begin. We have both. We have our package both under review from Department of Environmental Sciences as well as the U.S. Army Corps. Both are in tandem and dominoes. It will fall pretty quickly and concurrently once the U.S. Army Corps has issued its comments or really approval at this point. And we still are on track to have an anticipated bid in early September of this year, with construction starting as early as December, depending on those bids that we receive and ultimately select.
Mr. Tinky.
I would just ask on that particular one to do everything you can to protect as many of the trees as possible. And it's a beautiful spot. It's needed connectivity, absolutely, but there's a lot of historic trees in there. Thank you.
Good point, Mr. Tinky. And to that point specifically, we have 2 special provisions in this contract. One is related to the trees. Of course, in the center of the alignment, you have least amount of flexibility on what we can do there, but I think it's on the edges where we've spec'd this out, where we have to walk the entire project with the contractor, with the silt fence guys, with anybody we can, and our own staff, to identify where there are opportunities to just not draw a line, but if we have to jog around, put up tree protection zones that are for trees outside of the disturbance area, and really be sensitive to minimizing the tree removal.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison, because it's just as important for the neighbors who have a wonderful buffer on either side now, both in the settlement community as well as on the other side in Primus. And so I think it's for their benefit as well. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Moving on to the Park West and Stockdale roundabout. This intersection improvement is still on track with about 12 months left or so of design. We anticipate submitting to U.S. Army Corps very shortly on the wetland impacts that are actually not wetlands anymore, but they were when the property was platted and deeded. And so we've held our public meeting, and we'll continue to work through those processes.
Do we have all the right of way for that?
We do, yes, sir. So we actually own the parcel that's towards the between Thomas Cario Loop and Park West, and that is where again the majority of this roundabout will be constructed towards that side. We do have probably agreements with Charleston County School District that we'll need to execute once we get closer to finalized plans, but they have been a willing partner up to this point in this improvement. They see the benefit to this connection.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brownstein.
Drove through the intersection the other day, and the light works out very well if you're coming down Stockdale and want to make a left onto Park West Boulevard. I looked up and saw the little infrared cameras. So is that that you guys have installed that adaptive technology there?
Yes, sir, we did. So we had some extra cameras that we use in reserve that we utilized there, and then went ahead through this project budget and purchased the adaptive system. So we are able to in real time monitor the intersection, make fine adjustments to the based off of traffic volumes to those traffic signal timings.
Well, that's great. I just wanted to applaud you on that. I noticed it this past time and hadn't seen it there before. So that's definitely a good call with how busy Park West Boulevard is.
Thank you. Our Pitt Street Bridge micromobility update. So this is an active project. We are really wrapping up final punch list items with our contractor Gulfstream. For all intents and purposes, the project is complete. There's some minor signage and some pavement markings that need to happen still. We do have a ribbon cutting scheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. on site, and we're happy to invite everyone out to that. It is beautiful out there. It's a very well done project, very unique. Environmental features that were implemented with that EnviroLock system, as well as a rebuild of a functional kayak launch that you will see when you visit that site. And so it will be and has been open to bike and pedestrian activity for the past few weeks, and the gates come down today and will be fully open tomorrow officially at 10 a.m. Updates on All American Boulevard. This project has moved forward very nicely. All the final paving has been complete. I think we're looking at some pavement markings to go in soon here this month. And then we've begun walking the site and collecting our final punch list items for that contractor. We still are on schedule for a completion date in August, and the roadway is looking very good. So they'll start doing some final stabilization out there, some hydro seeding and sod here shortly. I know speaking of e-bikes, it's been a great test run for the local neighborhood kids out there. I've walked it a number of times, and they're out there enjoying it while it's closed currently.
Any rollerbladers?
No rollerbladers yet that I've seen, but I'm sure they're out there. So.
Yes, pavement.
Shim Creek Bridge bike lanes update. This project again is ongoing. It's still the majority of that work is night work. It may look as though not a whole lot has been happening, but over the past few weeks, the foundations for the new roadway lighting have been installed. So a lot of that is at grade or underground. Again, that contractor Trueluck is continuing work diligently, as well as some slight field adjustments for Mount Pleasant Waterworks components. New sidewalk has been installed on the Shim Creek side of the project, and the harbor side is demolished and will begin construction here shortly.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brownstein.
A quick question on this. The areas on the map on the bottom, or the picture on the bottom, that are dark green, are those landscaped islands, or is that a pavement marking?
So the dark green components are existing landscape medians there at the Wilden split. The lighter green is proposed green pavement markings, which are specific to bicycle lanes in areas where vehicle and bicycle conflicts are likely to occur. So it's really a safety improvement. There are no landscape medians proposed as part of this project. This is really kind of the eastern terminus of the project that then ties into what was completed as part of the Coleman revitalization project.
It's solid green painting.
Okay.
Moving on to 516 Coleman. This project will be going out to bid this month. We've already worked with an arborist up front to go ahead and prune the existing roots of the oak tree that's proposed to be relocated as part of this project. That was successful. We're continuing to water it and in preparation for increasing the likelihood of its survival once it's relocated. Again, goes out to bid this month, and then it should be a fairly short duration project from a construction standpoint. Again, coordinating with other events like the Cooper River Bridge Run, the Farmers Market, as well as the Christmas Parade. Ongoing updates for Mount Pleasant Way projects. Similar reports to previous. We have essentially 4 projects that are about to go out to bid here in September. That's the Kenny Mile Trail as a standalone bid, and then the Scanlanville Praise House Mathis Ferry Trail, and the Scanlanville Praise House Parklet that recently received the National Heritage Corridor grant. All of those will be bid under one project, and then countless other segments of the Mount Pleasant Way that are under design, either through standalone projects or larger CIP projects like the Stockdale Roundabout. And then lastly, a very fine print, but a lot of activity happening as it relates to the pedestrian and bicycle accommodation projects. We mentioned the RRFB at Rifle Range Road and Founders Way. We have several other RRFB projects underway, including Harry Hallman and the installation of raised table crossings. We've recently completed the micromobility shared use lanes on Ben Marino Way, and have several active construction projects for sidewalk, including additional sidewalk in front of the Whitesides Elementary School. And then we're readying a second sidewalk package that includes Brickyard Parkway, Center Street Extension, and Dragoon Drive, as well as a county project, the Mathis Ferry at Von Colnitz CTC project that was awarded in 2022 to go out to bid this month. And then 2 other also pedestrian improvement projects at signalized locations at Long Point and Bell Point Drive and Rifle Range Road and Long Grove, which is the addition of an additional pedestrian crossing, push button upgrades, ramp upgrades, and then several projects that are still under design and permitting, whether it's CARTA bus shelters or sidewalk packages. We're meeting later this week to select the 2025 sidewalk package for design on those, which is a ranking process, as well as the Wilden Royal Corridor project is wrapping up its design and will go to DOT for their sort of final review here this month. Happy to answer any questions on those projects specifically. Otherwise, that is the updates.
Any other questions? Are we finished?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll adjourn the meeting.